Zaloni, a lot of the guys that were shipped off because of age, this is a younger roster. Those younger players actually do need game time.
Boy standing by in the studio.
That's
Correct.
right.
What's up?
What's going on?
You know.
So what do you make of the Jahmyr
Hello.
Gibbs news? I'll get it out.
Take 4 in 3, 2, 1.
Yeah.
Weird. A little weird. But maybe something's afoot.
It gets done.
Maybe people need to-
It'll get done today.
Maybe people need to listen for the next 4 hours.
That's a tease right there.
Yeah, tease
That's
for
a
breaking
tease.
news.
Karshian Tees 97-1.
All right. Why listen for the next 4 hours? Well, I hope, every day that you are compelled to, because it's entertaining enough. But with that said, we could get some Jahmyr Gibbs news today. I don't think it's insignificant that he put on the full uniform and went through a walkthrough. But then after the walkthrough stuff was done, he walked over to the side and worked out, as you heard there in the update.
Oh.
I don't know what to make of that.
Did he work out, or did he just kind of do some high knee stuff? Okay.
From the video I saw was high knee stuff. He got a little glaze in, and I think his agent said, whoa, what are you doing? Nothing's done. Get back to the sidelines. And is it raining out there? Is it damp? I don't want you out there. So that was it. But he was in full pads. He had his helmet, his shoulder pads, and he was doing high knees or whatever you want to call it, up and down, and that was it, I think.
It leads me to believe things are afoot.
You would think, right?
Yeah,
why would he even do that?
I don't know.
Like, we're getting close? We're getting real close?
I mean, am I wrong to make that assumption? There's percolation. There's pending news.
I mean, I
refresh.
I told you when we found out that Bijan Robinson got the deal that it was going to be a matter of hours. I think I said at the time, could be 2, could be 72. I think we're pushing just past 72 at this point.
Mm-hmm.
It's going to happen today. It's got to.
Oh boy, I'm seeing the slow motion video of the high knees. I just saw it.
Look at
Colton
that.
Pouncey.
That's a workout.
Pouncey, yeah.
I'm telling you, you got a nice little glaze on there.
That's right, yeah.
A little
Hiding.
sweat, some beads. I don't know. That was it.
I love that Colton Pouncey actually posts accidental slow-mo video of Jahmyr Gibbs in uniform at practice. He didn't mean to do it in slow-mo.
That's a great.
But if you
that's
put it
great,
in
man.
slow motion and then put the NFL Films music bed underneath it, it could be pretty good. It could be pretty damn dramatic.
He still looks fast in slow-mo, if you ask me.
You can see he's got that slow-mo version of explosion.
Yep.
Yeah.
Breakaway slow-mo speed.
Yeah.
You can see the glaze beginning, when you look close enough.
Yeah. There you go. Anyway, we are moderately optimistic Can we turn on the lights in here? Sorry, it feels like the lights are off today. Am I wrong?
Well, it's
There we go.
Well,
There we go.
that-
Jake, thank you.
that is a difference.
Much appreciated. How are you today?
Okay.
It's good.
I mean, missed opportunities last night in the Tigers. It's disappointing.
I mean, that really, if they say football's a game of inches, so is baseball. If Randy Arozarena doesn't track down that Cole Keefe fly ball, it's a 3-run homer earlier in the game, and
that's
everything
big.
changes.
Yeah, and if who was it that was it Gleyber Torres that slid into third base?
Yeah,
If he slides head first, he's in.
maybe. Yeah,
Feet first, not so much. But
that kind of killed a rally.
yeah, Rosarena just single-handedly took things over for a minute there, and then AJ Hinch. I'm not. I mean, some people are going to say he got too cute. He was playing the numbers, and by playing the numbers, he ended up getting burned. Leaving a pitcher in there against Rodriguez,
Yeah.
and Rodriguez took advantage of it.
Yeah, well, you couldn't take him out because of the 3-batter minimum thing, but yeah, it was a meltdown, and unfortunately, I mean, it was that sixth inning was 2 outs, nobody on, and he makes a pitching change. And does AJ deserve criticism for that? Yeah, I guess probably, but he's playing the percentages. It didn't work out. 2 outs, nobody on. It's a bullpen day. You're planning on using your bullpen. You have guys specific to come in when you're in certain places in the order.
No,
It was Hanafy's time to go lefty righty, take out the lefty, Holton put in the righty, Hanafy, and so it was double intentional walk of the lefty, Calzone, whatever the hell his name is, and then Rodriguez hits the bomb, and they pull him.
yeah, and that was no doubter.
Yeah.
That's not coming back.
That really looks like a short porch. I've been there and gone to games there.
It's not.
It looks short, doesn't it?
It kind of does, but
For whatever reason.
the ball just gets out there quickly.
What else? Anything else last night? Anything exciting in the Gator household? That fast single life you're leading? He can't be stopped, people.
Can't stop, won't stop.
No.
No, there
No.
was nothing really earth-shattering going on in my house last night.
How's Lois? How's the dog? We haven't
She's
heard
actually-
an update in a while.
Thank you for asking.
Yep.
Because before I left for Vegas, I took her to a specialist to see a neurologist because she's got some back issues. And we decided that when I came back from Vegas, we would start some sort of a steroid treatment
Okay.
with her. So I began that on this past Tuesday.
Yeah.
And I will tell you that almost immediately I've seen a difference.
Oh, yeah. All right.
Not completely better, but she was having problems getting up and down from the couch or up and down from the bed. And even just getting comfortable lying down. She used to curl up in a ball. Now she doesn't do that. She just kind of lies flat on her dog bed, and it looks really uncomfortable. So with the steroid treatment she's on, she looks a lot more comfortable.
Doing
She
better?
actually had a little curl going last night, which was good. She was when I took her outside in the backyard, she actually ran a little bit. I'm like, whoa, what happened here? So that's good news. All good news. Thank you. And she seems happy.
Good. Glad to hear it. You know what's out? The new Ted Lasso is out. And last night we got all excited to watch the first episode, and it was my youngest, my wife, myself, but my daughter wasn't home, and my wife said we need to wait for her. And I'm thinking to myself, this is applaudable, and I'm all for it. I don't know if it's realistic that we're going to have the whole family together to watch. I think I don't know how many episodes season 4 is, but I just don't know if it's realistic to get it done. But you're not a Ted Lasso fan. You've never watched, right?
It's not that I'm not a fan. It's I haven't seen it.
Right.
And it's not that I don't. I'm not intentionally avoiding it. I just, it's on Apple, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, see, Doug, you know why.
Oh,
You
that's
just
right.
mentioned it.
No, but I have Apple.
I
have
think
it.
you
do?
despise it, though.
Yeah.
Remember? Because it was the Tigers that forced them to get it.
Well, it wasn't just Tigers. I think there are other sports have been on Apple as well. But yeah, Tigers are on there. Severance is on there, and I think that's why I kept it because I watched it. I'm like, all right, I'll hang on to this. And yeah, so I just I'm not. I have all these apps and I hardly use them. Like I really shouldn't even pay for these things because I don't use them. I'm wasting money.
What do you have?
I have Netflix,
Yeah.
Peacock, but I think Peacock comes through
Comes
the
free,
cable. I have Amazon, but everybody's got Amazon. Everybody's got Netflix too. But I mean, if you have an Amazon account, you're getting Amazon basically.
Yep.
Apple, Paramount Plus.
Okay, what do you not watch?
I don't watch Apple. I hardly watch Apple. I hardly watch any of them except for Paramount Plus, and even Paramount Plus, I just got caught up on something quickly, and then I haven't really gone back to it.
Right. Okay.
It's a waste.
Kang,
right
you
now.
you never watched Ted Lasso.
Yeah, I
have you?
did. I watched
Oh,
the first
okay.
season. It was good. It's just hard to, you know how it is, man. I made fun of you all those years. Now it's me. I have the young kids. I have no time for myself to watch anything I want to watch. So yes, I do. I watched the first season, just haven't gotten around to catch the other ones.
And I'm gonna bet you don't go to movies anymore.
Nope.
Yep.
Unless it's to see like a kid movie.
What's funny is
Toy Story 5.
I can now, and it's in the plans to maybe do a little something. Go see a movie. Right now, I'm in a book phase. I'm reading a lot of books. So 248-539-9797.
Check out this guy.
Well read.
He's reading
Yes.
books now.
I am
Studious
reading
one.
Yes.
Yeah, I could watch movies. I watch movies. I read books.
Yeah, do you have a jacket with one of those things that cover the elbows, the elbow pads?
Elbow patches. Yeah.
I'm sorry. I'm well read.
Yep.
I sit down with my pipe. And
What are you sitting underneath a tree too?
Honey,
On
do you
a
feel like we
bench.
should watch the cinema tonight?
I heard there's a good picture showing.
Yes. Now that the kids are gone, perhaps we should turn one of the bedrooms into a library, don't you think? Yes. Most definitely.
Those big ass bookshelves. It's the whole wall.
Now that I think of the lighting in this house isn't really that great for my reading.
all right, have your fun.
How many first editions do you have, Doug?
Yeah. Do you have a card catalog in your house?
Yeah.
Speaking of first
Do a decimal
editions,
system.
Gator, just so you know
Yeah.
that we do have another edition. Would you buy? Given that the Powerball is it Powerball or Mega Millions?
I think it's Powerball.
856. Wow. When's the drawing?
I don't know if it's tonight or tomorrow night. I'll have to double check that, but it's getting crazy again.
Okay. Well, so you will buy tickets, and we will play another edition of Would You Buy, just in case.
Saturday is the next drawing. Sorry.
Okay, just in case.
856 right now.
Just in case Gator wins, purchases he may consider. Let's go to Mitchell in Kego Harbor. Hi, Mitchell.
How you doing, Doug?
What's up?
I'm calling in. Have you guys watched The Stick on Apple TV with Owen Wilson?
The Stick?
Is that the golf show?
Yes.
Where he's like a
It's
golf
great.
instructor?
Is it good?
Yeah, it's one season. Yeah, with this kid who's good, has the potential to be a superstar.
I have not watched it, but you recommend it, huh?
Absolutely, yeah. Then I heard they're negotiating for a second season, but the first one is fantastic. Owen Wilson is great.
Does his character lose a hand with a alligator incident or no?
No, you're thinking of that's the other golf movie.
Oh, that's right. That's
No.
Chubbs.
Right.
I thought it was
Right,
Kingpin.
exactly.
That's not golf, that's bowling. But
Everybody losing hands. Man.
yeah, The Stick, I've heard it's good. I am watching Hawk. I think that's what it's called on Netflix. That's the Will Ferrell golf.
Okay.
Yeah. And if you like Will Ferrell,
Then you'll
then
enjoy
you'll
it.
like this. Is it great? No. Is it Will Ferrell stupid funny? Yes.
Do you think he'll ever just do some character that is completely off the board for him?
Like when Tom Hanks went from Bachelor Party to Philadelphia?
Yeah.
Yeah. Do I think he'll ever do it to Saving Private Ryan? I knew him as Rick Gasco from Bachelor Party. And next thing you know, he's like winning
Yeah.
Academy Awards for. How about me knowing stuff?
Look at this guy.
Anyway, that I still see. It's like watching Snake Plissken coach the U.S. Olympic hockey team, right? When you are used to a character, somebody playing Kurt Russell being Snake Plissken from Escape from New York. Next thing you know, he's Herb Brooks in the movie Miracle.
He's the world's strongest man at one point.
It doesn't seem. What was that?
It was a Disney movie in like the early 70s.
was it?
He was,
Do I think Will Ferrell will ever do a serious role, like real drama?
yeah.
Critically, do I ever think he'll be critically acclaimed? No.
Because like the path of like Robin Williams. Nothing but comedies, and all of a sudden he does a serious role and like, wait a minute. Whoa.
Yeah.
That's kind of
He's got that in his repertoire.
yeah.
Do you think Will Ferrell will ever do that?
I don't, but I'd love to see him try.
I would too.
Because like could you see him as a serial killer?
I mean, kinda. I think he could do deranged
I wanna
really
see
well.
it. Yeah. Anyway.
Did we just give away $1 million idea? Damn it. We did it again.
Well, we can write the script.
Okay.
You're not well read.
I am well read now. Yeah. 10:30. We'll bring you the best of what Dan Campbell and Brad Holmes told SiriusXM yesterday on their camp tour. Interesting stuff, including a guy that Dan Campbell kind of called out, and he kind of responded. And a young guy in the secondary who just keeps making plays every day. Hear what they said today at 10:30. It is Carson Anderson here on 97.1.
Hey, if you're looking at your home and realizing that it's time for a new roof or windows or siding, well, the biggest hurdle is usually finding somebody that you can actually trust, right? I mean, we're going to spend a lot of money here. We want to make sure that it's going to go in the right way. Well, this is why you need to call Shaner Roofing Windows and Siding. With over 30 years of service right here in our great state of Michigan, Shaner has built a reputation that's frankly unmatched. We're talking about a 4.9-star Google rating, and that's backed by thousands of homeowners. You don't get those kinds of numbers by accident. You get them by doing the job right every single time. And because they're a local family-owned business, well, they skip that high-pressure sales tactics that other people try to put on you. Instead, they're going to provide a true, honest assessment of what your home actually needs. When the job's done, you're protected by a lifetime transferable warranty. While other companies are being bought out by outside investment firms, Shaner stays committed to our community, and they're here to stay. Well, now, when you're ready for quality that you can count on, visit Shaner Roofing at mymichiganroof.com, and you're going to get that 5-star treatment that your home deserves. Shaner Roofing. Check them out at mymichiganroof.com.
Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1 open lines, 248-539-9797.
For a well-read person like yourself, I think you would appreciate
Is that right? Okay.
the movie I just suggested to Doug.
Yeah.
Mountainhead is the movie I suggested Doug watch.
I'm currently reading Gambler Secrets from the Life of Risk by a guy who basically says he's in federal prison because of Phil Mickelson.
Oh,
Yeah.
interesting.
Yeah. I haven't got to the Phil. I've just got to the Phil part of the book, which is the back half of the book. And so,
The back nine.
yeah, it's that he's made the turn and headed for jail, apparently.
Do you have a hot dog?
It is nonfiction, and obviously, but find it really, really interesting. Okay, so Jahmyr Gibbs still no deal. He was.
I'm reading Curious George Goes to the Hospital.
Don't spoil it for us.
I won't. I'm just hoping everything works out okay. But
man
that's
in
a
the yellow
scary
hat.
situation.
Yeah. Jahmyr Gibbs still no deal. Bijan got his deal, right? We heard 375. If he 3 years for $75 million if he hits all the incentives, but right now the average annual value is 22.25. Jonathan Taylor signed an extension this morning, which was 2 years for $44 million.
Because he's played more years in the league, so it's only a 2-year extension. But yeah, 2 and 44, 22. And how much was guaranteed?
I don't know, but it takes him through his 29-year-old season.
It was 39 guaranteed or something like that.
The league is paying running backs now right up until the cliff, which happens at 28. Jonathan Taylor's extension takes him to 29. Bijan's extension takes him to 28. Jahmyr Gibbs, if he gets a 3-year deal like Bijan, since they were in the same draft class, that will take him up to his 28-year-old season. So, look, I mean, he's in uniform this morning. He's taking reps during walkthroughs, and then he goes and stretches and does high knees and works on the side with a trainer. No practice yet, not real practice yet. Walkthrough is one thing, but we've talked about it. Not really a concern, not a crisis, but it would be comforting to get it done. There are some people that don't want to get it done, but do you think it goes down today?
Yes, I think it happens any minute.
Gang,
I don't think he suits up in a uniform and starts, doing the high knees on the sidelines unless he's expecting to, get something done quickly.
Kang, you think it goes down today?
I'll just stick with my original was by the end of the week. So today, I don't know. I agree with Gator, though. He put on the pads and the helmet and everything. You would suggest that they're very close. So would I be shocked if it was announced before the show ends? Not at all. But I'll keep it as the end of the week. He should be saying. Yep.
I don't know if there's a real world equivalent to this, like where you're kind of at work and you're showing up, but you're not doing the job. Just waiting because again, a construction site, do people show up at a construction site waiting for a check to clear? Or you're a consultant and you're sitting there waiting for them to pay you, but you're at the business. Like, does this ever happen in the real world? I can't think of an instance where it's happened in my career.
Where you show up waiting for something?
Well, yeah, you're just waiting to get paid, but you're not starting the job. You're at work, but you haven't started working because you're waiting. It's a real world equivalence to what Jahmyr Gibbs is doing. I would imagine in the construction world, like if somebody pays you to do a job, but you haven't been paid yet, and you like show up and you're like, I'll start as soon as I get paid.
Oh, like guys doing maybe renovation work. Or just, hey, can't finish this bathroom until that check clears.
You need to get paid up front. You're not just doing the job.
Like that,
and
but
get paid at the end of the job.
It's probably the closest thing because it's so hard with athletes and real jobs.
Yeah, we've had some situations where we've had to pay up front for some jobs, and then we've had some situations where it came in way more than expected, and I've had to tell somebody, hey, okay, this is more than we thought.
Yeah.
We're going to need a little more time. And thankfully, they worked with us.
Yes. It's great when people work with you.
Yes.
I've been there as well.
But
hey, that's a little pricey. I don't know. I was expecting that. Is it okay if we, maybe little installments here and there rather than me just giving you this big chunk right now?
Right.
Yeah. Renovations, man. When I went through mine 5 years ago, whatever it was, there were some big checks to be written out at times.
Yep.
Like what your hand shaking when you're writing it. I mean, yikes. But other than I mean, I guess attorneys work on retainers sometimes. You got to pay them. Let's get this up front or whatever. If you go to an emergency vet, for instance, I know this firsthand. There's a big fee you got to pay right up front.
Really?
Yeah. Ugh. And then you got to sign papers about if things go wrong, understand this is a possibility. It's a whole different emotional feel. But yeah, and then there's something that says, we have an estimate of what we think it's going to cost. And if it gets there, you're going to have to pay a certain, like half of it up front, like crazy stuff.
Wow. 248-539-9797. Is there a real world equivalent of Jahmyr Gibbs? He's at work. He's just waiting. He's not working. He's just waiting to work. But were you were waiting basically to get paid? Mark and Howie on 97.1. Hi, Mark.
Oh, hi, guys. Good morning.
What's up?
Oh, just calling. I was working on the Chrysler Tech Center back in the day when that was going up, and I was a union steward on the job working for IBW 58. We had a contractor from Burlington, Ontario, that some of our crew was working for, and the checks started bouncing, their paychecks.
Oh.
So I got on the horn with this outfit out of Burlington, Ontario, and made an agreement I would be at the bank telling the guys, come there, and I'll be there as we cash the checks to make sure they didn't bounce.
So everybody was on hold until those checks cleared.
Well, yeah, we were on the site, and then the day of issuance of our checks, I would meet me up at the bank, and we continued that process until I got everything straightened out and there was no more bounce checks.
And did they clear?
Yes, they did. After I went to bat and got things under control.
Well, thankfully the Lions checks aren't bouncing, but it sounds like a similar situation. Michael and Davidson, you're on 97.1. Hi, Michael.
Hey, so in a previous life, I worked with a lot of contractors, and I had one contractor who was notorious for not paying his guys.
Yep.
And on Fridays, I'd go to the bank and hit the ATM for myself in the morning. In the morning, I would see his guys like swarming him in the bank parking lot, and they would get paid before they went to work because he'd never had the ability to pay them, but they wanted to get paid before they worked. And then so it does happen in the real world and in construction. So
I think once you use the actual word contract, that's what happens, right? I mean, unfortunately, some people have bad experiences and they have to resort to something like this. This is unusual, though. Yeah, for in professional sports, it's like they know both sides know they're going to get it done, and yet Jahmyr Gibbs really shouldn't be practicing until you sign the bottom line. And he's not. I mean, he's there.
He's attendance.
Yeah, he's just like, he's waiting to get picked up for the job. I'm ready to go. You guys ready yet? Not yet. All right.
All right. Yesterday, SiriusXM was at Lions camp. Dan Campbell says he kind of called a guy out, and the guy responded. He also says there's a young guy in the secondary who keeps making plays. And Brad Holmes talks about a veteran that's just getting better. Hear all that coming up today at 10:31 on Carson Anderson on 97.1. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson. 1 week from today, the Detroit Lions will play a preseason football game. So things are starting to ramp up. Pads are on this week. And the morning show's been out there all week. And so was SiriusXM. And they had a couple of very interesting interviews. And we like to play you the best of what was said. And we will start with Dan Campbell, the head coach of the Detroit Lions. He was on with the guys and was talking about a player that he kind of called out, and that guy responded. Okay, I want to make one thing abundantly clear. He was speaking what his rules were for the team. Tyleik Williams was not late. He was not disrespecting the game. He was, none of that. But
he was heavier.
But he was heavier. And Dan Campbell obviously is impressed. And you start thinking about, okay, they've got a weight they want him to play at. Last year, what we saw from Tyleik Williams was probably a tad bit underwhelming. It wasn't discouraging, but as a first-round pick, you're kind of hoping for maybe a little bit more of an impact, but I have patience for guys, interior defensive linemen, right? It's not an easy position to hit the ground running with the NFL, because even if he's like the weight you want him to have on is good weight. You want it to be muscle. So if Tyleik Williams is a guy that steps up and makes that, like this new weight that they've got him at, is allowing him to get the most out of his ability, and you compare him next to knock on wood, healthy Lee McNeil, that is a significant thing in the middle of that defensive line for this team. That would be a hell of a development.
It'd be huge. And I mentioned yesterday that we've seen some video where in practice where he owned Cade Mays. I mean, just blew right through him. And it's like that's exciting. Mm-hmm. That's the kind of power and explosiveness you want to see from the middle, because these guys typically aren't pass rushers. They're the guys that are going to, plug up the middle, stuff the run, and that's what's expected of them. And anything else you get, you'll take. And Lee McNeil is, a little bit more than that. He gets after the quarterback some, which is great. But then he had the injury, and it's been slowed to come back, and now he sounds like he's ready to go. But you're right. If those two guys are healthy, then you expect some big gains from year 1 to year 2, because Tyleik was pretty healthy all last year, where it's been a minute since we've had a guy that was healthy for a full season at the defensive tackle position.
And they kind of need it to work out. There's not a ton of depth here. And, they like DJ Wanham, and they know he can move inside. You've got Levi Onwuzurike, who is just simply somebody that you can't count on being healthy. Unfortunately, a very talented player, but hasn't been able to stay healthy. You've got the rookie, the Gil Howard kid, that, he's a rookie and he's a late round rookie at that. They had a guy last year in Ray Lopez that stepped up and made plays for them, but he's gone, unfortunately. So
Mekhi Wingo and Chris Smith, these are the guys that are, Chris Smith has kind of shown up the last couple of years in preseason.
I don't want to say it's a requirement for Williams to be good, but it certainly will check a box that desperately needs to be checked. So hopefully the new weight is exactly what they need him on. All right, so he's talking about the secondary, and this is where he mentioned a young guy in the secondary who just keeps making plays. Here's Dan Campbell on with SiriusXM. Okay, it's a good room is an interesting quote. Nick Whiteside, also a local guy who played at Saginaw Valley and I forget his high school, but he's locally from here. Anyway, is a guy that keeps showing up in
Every day you're hearing something about him.
Reporters keep talking about him, and they haven't even played a game yet. Preseason hype is a very real thing, and we lean into it.
That's what I thought you were talking when you set up that cut. I thought he was going to be talking about Whiteside the whole time. It was Rock Yassin.
He started praising Rock Yassin,
and they got into Whiteside or Ironside as he's calling him. But it's great to hear that kind of stuff. Because I in particular want to hear about the secondary that it's going to be okay. Now in preseason, sure. To me, okay is just stay healthy in the preseason because I'm fully expecting at least two of these guys to get hurt because that's how it works in the NFL. And he didn't even mention rookie Keith Abney in that cut or Roger McCreary, who looks like he's going to be the nickelback on this team. So that's add a couple more names in the mix. You're talking about five players there for 3 spots. And yeah, I'm here for it. Let's go.
All right. Final thing here. This is Brad Holmes, and he's talking about the quarterback, Jared Goff. Getting better as the years go by. You know, he had a pretty darn good year statistically last year. The wins and losses are the most important thing. I think he's the only quarterback in the NFL the last 3 years to throw over 4,500 yards and for 30 touchdowns each of those years. Last year was the most sacks he had as the Detroit Lions quarterback.
Yeah, not sacked 38 times last year.
Yep. And so, you know, I think all quarterbacks need people to step up around them. They're all reliant on so many other things. It gets emphasized with Goff because he's not the fleetest of foot, but you can make a case that he was under more duress last year and his production didn't drop much at all. His completion percentage went down from year to year, and his touchdowns went down from year to year. But he was still over 4,500 yards and over 30 touchdowns passing.
That's the thing. Over the last 4 years, he has been spectacular, averaging over 4,500 yards a year passing. His completion percentage has gone up. It went from 65 to 67 to 72, and then last year took a dip, but a dip to 68, which was higher than his other couple years there too. So he's an accurate thrower. He is somebody who understands the system. If he's going to get sacked 38 times like he did last year, okay, it means he's going to have to do a lot more short passing, and it gets it done. The 34 touchdowns to 8 interception ratio is the best in his career. That's great to see. The fact that the interceptions came down from back-to-back years of 12 interceptions down to 4, he takes care of the football, which is why when he does throw an interception, it's such a gut punch because you're not used to seeing it when it happens. And I think it's why when you go back to that Washington game in the playoffs, it was so out of character. But hopefully the changes to the offensive line this year, that this will make a difference. Having Penei Sewell on the left side, Taylor Decker was great, but Penei Sewell is the best in the game. Glasgow at center was okay, but you're expecting Cade Mays to be much better. You're expecting the guards after last year playing as rookies, basically. One was certainly a rookie. Mahogany was basically a rookie. That they're going to be better this upcoming season, and they've got some depth at that position too. And then you've got the rookie right tackle competing with Larry Borum. Obviously, that's not going to be Penei Sewell, but can it be something where you start at 1 and you go to 17 by the end of the week, and you see the difference in getting better each week?
We didn't have time for this cut, and it was mixed into a longer cut about other things. Brad Holmes was asked about the sophomore class, and the first thing he says was, well, Isaac TeSlaa, and they go, well, hold on, let me just go through them by order that we draft him. But he started with TeSlaa, and I was thinking about this wide receiver. The last 3 years, it's been a rotating cast of third wide receivers. 3 years ago, it was Josh Reynolds. 2 years ago, it was Tim Patrick. Last year, it was Khalif Raymond. I think they've got a guy that's going to stick. and I will predict, this might be a bold-ass prediction.
Oh.
Maybe it's not that bold. That of the third receivers the last 3 years, he will put up bigger numbers than Josh Reynolds did, than Tim Patrick did, than Khalif Raymond did. I think the best season of those might have been Josh Reynolds. Even though Josh Reynolds, that season ended in kind of a bad fashion, unfortunately, with that game in San Francisco. But I think that they are very, very pleased with where Tesla is.
Listen, if he ends up with like 40 receptions, I think that's a hell of a year.
I think that's exactly how many Josh Reynolds had back in 2020. Was it 2023? Hold on for a second. Receiving Josh Reynolds, 40 receptions. Well done. Did you know that off the top of your head that he had 40 receptions?
I did not.
How many touchdowns did he have, Gator?
5.
You got that too. Look at you. You're the man. Anyway, that's the best of what Brad Holmes and Dan Campbell had to say on Sirius XM. 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson here on 97.1.
Looking to upgrade your outdoor space? Builders First Source has you covered. They've got 4 Metro Detroit locations, and they specialize in top-quality composite decking. The top-quality composite decking, this is the stuff that just stands the test of time. It's awesome, and it's with the top-quality brands like Trex, TimberTech, and AZEK. So whether you need a DIY enthusiast or you just need that certified installer, their expert team is going to help you build that perfect deck. Go ahead and visit one of those locations today in Lapeer, Auburn Hills, Clinton Township, or Shelby Township, and you're going to discover why Builders First Source is your go-to for decking. Quality, service, and unbeatable value. That's the Builders First Source promise. Search buildersfirstsource.com.
Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97-1. Tigers lose 4-2 on a bullpen day. I got a thought about that that we'll get to here in a second.
Okay.
I have a thought. I'm going to share a thought.
See who else lost last night?
Cleveland.
Yeah.
Oh, Casey Mize. Was it the worst start of his career?
I mean, it's got to be up there. He went 3 innings, gave up 8 runs.
You have to wonder. I mean, you seriously have to wonder how much a midseason upheaval has an impact on a player. Like if Casey Mize didn't get traded and started last night for the Detroit Tigers, whatever stuff that he had last night, 3 1/3, 9 hits, 3 walks.
Well, the
1 strikeout, 8 earned runs.
The other thing to keep in mind, and this was really clue number 1. They were going to trade him. Is when they skipped his start.
Yeah, that's a clue.
That's the ultimate clue. Like we're talking, right?
Thank you.
Yeah. So he skipped his start on whatever it was supposed to be on Friday or Saturday. I mean, so he had 11 days off between starts. Okay.
Maybe that had something to do with it. Maybe the midseason upheaval. Like if he had started last night for the Tigers, would he have been that bad? You know, is it how much does it have to do with missing a start? How much does it do with uprooting and going across country? A new team, new stadium, new environment, new catcher,
new chip on your shoulder, new everything.
I didn't hear any of this energy for Scooble's start.
Yeah, Derek Scoobel was fine.
Yeah,
except lost.
Oh, you lost, yeah.
Did the Dodgers lose again?
Yeah, they did.
Oh, that's just too bad. Hate to see that. Just hate.
So Casey Mize and Tarek Skubal are 0-2.
That's right.
Okay. I'm not particularly rooting against them per se.
I am. Well, I'll say this. I didn't think I was against Casey Mize. I really didn't. But the last couple of days, I've started to well up some real disdain.
Yeah. How do you properly categorize this emotion of I'm not rooting against you, but then when he gets shelled, I'm like
Skubal, Skubal is easy because of his agent. He's easy to dislike because of the agent.
Yeah, that makes sense.
And he could have said so many different things than what he said along the way, but whatever. But Casey Mize, I've always liked Casey Mize.
Casey Mize has said nothing.
Hey, you root for the guy who was drafted 1-1.
Casey Mize might have signed here,
right?
If they wanted him,
but they didn't for
the
whatever
organization,
for whatever reason.
Well, maybe they didn't want him because 3 1/3, 9 hits, 3 walks, 8 earned runs. Maybe they felt that was still going to be in the repertoire way too much.
Going to the IL in 3-2. Right. I mean, is that because that's what happens with him? And this year, unfortunately, it's whatever the groin issue is. Was it the groin? I mean, I feel like going back old school. Ray Lane asking Doug Wilson after a Blackhawks player got hurt and he's coming off. Is it a groin injury, Doug? I feel like. Is it a groin injury, Casey?
Did that actually happen?
Yeah.
Okay, now I need to hear this story because this is, first of all, good Ray Lane impression.
Thank you.
Ray Lane, longtime Detroit sportscaster.
So this is the mid 80s, and Red Wings are playing, I believe they're playing in Chicago, and Ray Lane is outside the boards, like where they would open up the doors and you get people off the ice if he had to. So he's standing there, and he's doing his report, and they're talking to him about Doug Wilson, defenseman, had gotten injured, and he's being carted off. And he's lying on his gurney as they're carting him off. And Ray Lane's in mid-report, and he looks, is it a groin injury, Doug? And Doug Wilson looks back, and I'm like, F you, man. I'm on a gurney. Leave me alone. And we'll get back to you. Actually, Dave and Mickey have the call.
The only thing better is if he would have asked, is it the meniscus?
Is it meniscus? Is it the meniscus, Doug?
Why did Ray think it was diagnosing an injury right then?
I forget what happened on the ice at the time. He must have, maybe his legs got, separated and did the splits or something. Is it a groin injury, Doug? Always stuck with me. It's like 1986.
I kind of want to get a shirt. I could wear it. Yeah. I could wear it. Is it a groin injury, Doug?
Would it just be the script, or you want Ray Lane's face on the front with "Is it a groin injury, Doug?" on the back?
I think I just want the script.
Okay.
With the in quotes with a question mark.
with the date,
It'd be awesome if I had a
February
shirt that said,
17th, 1986.
"Is it a groin injury, Doug?" Well, I guess this thought isn't earth-shattering about the game last night. I don't know if having Mize or Skubal start that game matters. When you only scored 2 runs, you're probably going to lose anyway. Like, it's basically saying Mize or Skubal had to throw a shutout or give up 1 run for an offense that only scored 2. Because if you scored 2, eventually you're going to have to go to the bullpen, and that's not the greatest of options. But, Casey got knocked around pretty good.
Yeah, and Brian Wu, who pitched for Seattle, was outstanding last night. And you go back and look at his last 5 starts, and he has not been outstanding. He's not been outstanding on the season, but my goodness, last night he was dominant over the Tigers.
Yeah.
And Colt Keith hammered the ball 3 times and had nothing to show for it, which is unfortunate, including the one that you talked earlier about, Arozarena,
who took a good route to the ball. He did.
Yeah.
I don't know if you've noticed, but the Detroit Sports Net, when they're just running the same thing over and over and over, they include a highlight where Dan Dickerson says, "And Arozarena took another bad route to the ball." It's one of the highlights that gets played that I've heard 10,000 times. So anytime Arozarena is tracking down a fly ball, I'm thinking,
Double D's got this.
Is he taking a good route to the ball? It's not Double D's fault. I'm not critical, but it's part of their.
Did you take a bad route, Randy?
Anybody who's been locked in on Detroit Sports Net when they're not in broadcast and they're just showing highlights, one of them is Arozarena takes a bad route to the ball.
But he took a great route to the ball, made the play. I mean, it was a home run. He robbed them of the home run. He had another one where he just played it so quickly out there in left field, got it into third base, and they threw out Torres. He was great. But Tigers just couldn't get that one big smack until they did. Unfortunately, then right away after that, you get the Emerson hits the home run on the ball that looked like he didn't. It looked like he thought that he had just pulled it, and it was like, no, that's right center field, 450 feet away or whatever.
Well, I'll say this: 6 days after the trade deadline, when you sell off 2 of your top 3 arms, there's always a good chance that you're not talking about this season at all. At all.
Right.
And we still get to talk about this season. They're still in it.
Well, they kept the best arm.
Yeah. So they might. I hope that is the most accurate thing you'll say today. 248-539-9797. Okay, Brad Holmes did have something to say yesterday down at Allen Park about Jahmyr Gibbs. Nothing announced yet, but there was news this morning. We'll get into what Brad Holmes had to say at 11:02 here on Karsch and Anderson on 97.1.
Brought to you by Michigan Auto Law. Jahmyr Gibbs was at Lions practice today in a helmet and pads and took part in early walkthroughs before heading to a side field to work individually with the athletic training staff, per reports. He did not partake in individual drills with the team, according to ESPN's Eric Woodyard. This marked the first time Gibbs had participated in any form in Lions practice this camp. It could signify a step in the right direction in contract negotiations, as Gibbs is the only top-tier running back in the NFL without a resolution to his contract extension. Colts H-back Jonathan Taylor agreed to a deal with Indianapolis today for 2 years and $44 million. That makes him the second highest paid back in the league by APY, behind Bijan Robinson. Previous reports suggested a deal with Gibbs could get done this week. The Tigers are set to face the Seattle Mariners for the series finale this afternoon. This is the rubber game in the series after Detroit took the opener before a Seattle win yesterday. Framber Valdez will start tonight's game for Detroit. He will go against Bryce Miller for the Mariners. The 27-year-old is in his fourth major league season this year. Right now, he has a career-best 2.80 ERA. He also has career-best rates in strikeouts per 9, walks per 9, and strikeout-to-walk ratio. Last time out, Miller gave up 2 runs and 3 hits in a loss to the Twins. Despite his dominance this season, he had a 4.13 ERA in the month of July, bringing his season average up nearly a full run. First pitch is at 4:10 this afternoon. Pregame at 3:45 here on 97.1. At the Coralwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1theticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, we're doing something next week. I might need some listener advice. I'm not going to dedicate like an hour of the show to it, but I don't mind reaching out for help, asking for help, Gator.
Yeah.
So a couple minutes here, I'll tell you what I need some help with, but and maybe you can help me. Always interested in what you have to say.
Okay.
Maybe Kang as well. First, we said we get to this. This is Brad Holmes yesterday on SiriusXM when the topic of Jahmyr Gibbs' contract came up. Okay, so today, if people missed it, he was in uniform out there running, walking. He was going through walkthrough.
High stepping, Doug.
He did high step, but that was
High
over to
step.
the side. He stopped with the full team practice and just went and worked on the side like injured guys do. But he did participate in uniform and walkthrough. So, does something happen today? Yeah, very well could happen today. It seems like things have changed. Perhaps getting close on a deal with Jahmyr Gibbs. We'll see. All right. So, Gator, next week, we are going to spend, my wife and I, 2 days camping in the Upper Peninsula.
Glamping?
No, it's not glamping. It's straight up camping.
Straight up camping.
Yep. I bought a tent.
There you go.
We bought a little stove.
Oh, a little stove.
Yeah, we got the little butane thing that
Gotcha.
it hooks up to.
I know exactly. A little tailgate stove. Yeah.
Yeah, we've got air mattresses.
Yeah.
For inside the tent.
You just need one. You know.
Yeah, we might have 2. Well, we'll see.
Oh, depends if you're in doghouse or not.
No. It's the size of the air mattresses. The one like queen bed size. That may not be big enough. So we brought the single as well, just in case it's too cramped. And we think we got all the stuff.
Okay.
We got the bug spray.
Yeah, I need that.
We've got bear spray because we're going hiking.
Oof. Yeah.
And then, want to be prepared for that. We got like camping lights. We've got the freeze-dried meals. So you boil the water and it like is, chicken mac and cheese in a bag that you pour like a cup of water and stir up, and it allegedly makes a meal. We're like, okay, we got to try this. We got coolers. We're bringing, paper plates, and like we're going camping. And everyone I talk to, I don't think I personally know any campers per se. You've gone camping quite a bit as part of your golf trip.
Yeah, we used to do it, and it'd be 4 days out on Lake Michigan, right on the beach of Lake Michigan. We'd pitch our tents out there.
Yeah.
And outside of that, I've camped a couple other times outside of that.
And when's the last time you did it?
Pre-COVID, so probably 2019, 2018, somewhere in there.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So, and were you good at it?
I mean, I got good at it. I had all of it, but the last time was done with one tent. The last time I did it, I had gotten a different tent because I got tired of the tent that I had was only like 5 feet tall, and I got tired of having to stoop, because I'm 6 feet 6'1", and I got tired of stooping all the time once I was in there, and it started to show some signs of wear. I probably need to get some seam seal to seal that up, so if the rains came, it wasn't going to leak inside the tent, and the rain fly was on its last legs and all this. But the newest tent that I got that I've only used once was absolutely brilliant. I think it's a Coleman, but it was like over 6 feet tall, and it was large, and it was definitely large. You could like walk in, and now you got a little bit of a palace in there, which is great. And it only took minutes to set up. It was one of these things where you just keep extending the legs, and next thing you know, you've got this structure. Now the real part is just battening it down into the sand or into the dirt.
So we bought this tent at REI, and I took it home, and I think Monday I decided, all right, I better try to put this up before so I laid down the footprint, the like ground pad. It took me 20 minutes. I can't believe how brilliantly engineered these things are.
It's
absolutely brilliantly engineered. Like the smartest people in the world, they design tents, is my new opinion.
And if you're going to get one from REI, those are top of the line because those are for the the diehard campers and the diehard like the people that would camp on a mountain ledge.
And REI has this policy, if you're a member, you can return anything for any reason up to a year. And I walked in and I said, okay, if we hate it, yeah, you can return it.
Oh, that's
like,
cool.
All right, cool. All right, let's do this. Kang, when's the last time you went camping?
Oh, God, pre-kids. So beyond 7 years ago.
Do you have any advice?
Yeah, don't. That's my advice. No, I mean, it's just not for me. I get it. People love the outdoors and being with the elements, but I cannot stand bugs. Like, it's not a fear. It's just an annoyance. Like mosquitoes, like ticks, whatever. You know what I mean? Ants, spiders, whatever it is. I hate that feeling.
Yeah.
It's always bothering me.
Yep.
Like, or if I get bit, then I'm itching, I'm scratching. That is the number one reason. Number two, like, if you're talking like real camping where there's actual possible bears, that sounds so stupid to me. Like,
I'm not
wanna
down with that either.
There's not. It's not like Michigan has a rash of bear attacks.
No, but I don't even want to be in an area where there might be a bear. Like, to the risk reward for me, Doug. Like I said, everyone's different. It's not worth it. Like, why am I even going to put myself in that situation on purpose? So that's the like extreme camping. The regular camping where a lot of people do here around parks, like my buddies, I have a couple of them that go camping every year, 3-4 times a year. And they try to convince me to come too. And him and his wife are like, eggs in the morning just taste better. It's different when you cook them outdoor in an open flame or whatever. And that's fine. I've done it before, but I like air conditioning. You know what I mean? I like just going to the fridge, grabbing a beer or a pop. Like, that's what I like.
Are you going to a campground, or are you just like
we're going to a
so there'll
campground?
be other campers around
There'll
you.
be other campers there. There'll
And
be a
some people-
ranger. There'll be like
so there's like bathrooms you can go use.
Yes,
That's another one too,
That's
Gator.
huge.
Yeah.
Actual plumbing, so you're not
Bathroom
like
thing. Ugh.
Well, I went and got
Sitting on a branch,
made
trying
sure
to
I
get
had
the right
shower
position.
shoes.
Yes,
So
doing the lean. Get that shovel and you do the lean.
or grab a tree.
You're right. That's what I'm saying. Yeah. You don't have to worry about that, which is great. So the other thing is, so your car is going to be nearby.
Yep.
It's not like you're parking and then you're hiking into the woods and
No, we're not backpacking. or
Your
anything
car
like
is
that,
like
no.
right there.
No.
So this is a totally different experience. So no
okay.
worries about,
That's-
you don't have to worry about the bears. You're not going to worry about other critters that you might hear. I remember that one of the first times I went camping,
Yeah.
or I guess not the first time, it was about 25 years ago or so. I was at the Allegheny National Reservoir and in a tent, and we had rented a pontoon boat. We took the pontoon boat out miles and then found this area we wanted to camp at and set up our tents. And that night was an experience for me for the first time because I'm outside and you've got tents all closed up, but you hear everything. Every step that's going on outside, whether it's one of your buddies in the other tents that's getting up and having to go to the bathroom, or it's a raccoon that is.
Oh, you think it's a raccoon?
Yeah, that is raiding the pontoon boat and somehow flipping up the seats and grabbing all the hot dog buns and everything, which happened. You hear everything. We woke up one morning, unzipped the tent, and I swear to God, and this is not a joke. Do not make any lewd references. But there is a beaver staring at us, not 10 feet away. I just started laughing, and you used line, nice beaver. But what is this thing doing here? And the whole time I'm thinking, is that a bear? Is that a bear? Is that a bear?
Right?
Is that a bear?
That? Did you
is
hear
that? A
that?
bear?
What was that?
That was a bear, right? You guys heard the bear last night, right?
Did you hear that?
I mean, it's incredible what you do. Like your senses are all in tune. This is different, though, because you're out in a campground area.
We're in a campground.
There's going to be people that don't have tents because they got campers.
Oh, yeah.
You're going to be fine.
I hear generators.
Yeah, exactly. You're going to be fine.
Let's go to Eric in Brighton. You're on 97.1. Hello, Eric.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
What's up?
Just about the camping. I used to do that when I was a younger man until I bought a motorhome. But if you have the air mattress, I recommend getting like Army cots or cots from like wherever, and get your air mattress off the ground. It's so much easier.
It's easier for what?
It's like you're on a bed. You turn your legs and your feet are on the ground.
To get in and out.
Yeah.
Yeah. Just in and out of bed. That's all.
It's not a bad idea.
But then you're not sharing the cot. You share the air mattress. If you know what I'm saying, Eric.
Well, my wife and I had 2 cots and then one big queen air mattress and put it on top of both of them, like a bed.
And it worked out well.
Yes, sir.
That's a saucy call right there. I like that.
And again, we could buy the cots, see if we need them. If we don't, return them. But going camping, I'm just looking for some advice.
I would also
advise. Not bad advice.
Extra steaks, like tent steaks.
Yeah.
Make sure you have extra tent steaks.
Porterhouses, I was thinking. Tomahawks? Fillets? What?
Yes, fillets. I absolutely.
Well, given that
no muss, no fuss.
When I did the dry run with putting the tent up, either A, I missed some steaks that were supposed to go in, or B, it comes with extras. So.
Okay, good. Well, you want to make sure you have plenty of steaks because there's nothing worse than and then, hey, how about this? Make sure you have something to pound the steaks into the ground. It could be simple as a shoe.
I got a mallet. I've got a mallet pack.
You're ready to go.
I think so.
I don't think I'd deal with this freeze-dried meal crap.
Oh, dude, I want to try it just because I think it sounds like what you should do. We got this two freeze-dried meals. One I think is chicken pot pie, and the other's like buffalo chicken mac and cheese.
Yeah, or you pack food and put it in the cooler with the
we got the stove. We're gonna cook. We're gonna do some cooking too, but we're gonna try this thing.
Freeze-dried food, Kangs.
Don't you realize
when he doesn't have to?
Yeah. You don't have to.
That's what doesn't make sense.
You're not out there for 3 weeks.
No, Gator.
In the middle of the UP.
What are you like training for the Marine Corps? You don't no. Just get some real food.
Your wife's on board with the freeze-dried stuff, huh?
We gotta live off the land.
She's not.
We're only eating berries that we find.
You know what she's saying? Don't forget the wine.
Right? Seriously.
Lots of it.
Right.
And a corkscrew.
Red, please.
We'll get to more of your suggestions coming up. Also, former NFL player said what? We'll get to that at 11:30. Hey, there's a moment when a home stops being a someday and starts being a plan. University of Michigan Credit Union can help you get there today. If you're ready to buy a new home or refinance your current mortgage from another lender, UMCU should be your next phone call. Make your move by the end of August, and you'll save $750 on closing costs. Plus, enjoy flexible fixed rates, free pre-approval, and no application fees. Seriously, let's get you into that dream home today. Visit umcu.org, insured by NCUA. The noon hour, we're going to have a little fun with something Brad Holmes said. That was fun. That coming up in the noon hour here on Carson Anderson on 97.1. Talked a lot of Tigers and Lions to open the show. If you want to continue with those calls, of course, 248-539-9797. People still reacting to the trades. And you know what's funny? We got calls and feedback on yesterday's show about people's emotions watching Skubal pitch for the Cubs, nationally televised game, for the Dodgers, excuse me, against the Cubs in a nationally televised game. Last night, Casey Mize pitched. Not as many people probably tuning in, but he got shelled. He went 3 1/3, gave up 8 earned runs, 9 hits, 3 walks. Arguably one of the worst outings of his career. And wonder what your emotions are with Casey Mize. 248-539-9797. Also, I am wife and I are going camping next week, and I'm looking for some advice. We did camp once before when we were dating in the 90s, and when I was a kid growing up, my family went camping all the time. But it's been a long time, and we have obviously gotten soft. Now, one of the things seriously about this is, like, with hotel prices, it's going to cost us $50 to camp. $50. So you get all the gear once, and then you save a ton of money. So, if this goes well, it's going to be part of future vacations. My wife is moderately skeptical that this will go well. I'm slightly more enthusiastic, but I also am leery that this might not be a thing for us, which is why we can return all the gear. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Bob here on 97.1. Hello, Bob.
Hey, guys. How you doing today?
All right, Bob.
Hey, Doug, one thing. I heard you say that you had air mattresses.
Yep.
I would seriously think of going with a ground pad.
And why
you
is
don't
that?
have issues. You don't have issues if you have a problem with the air mattress. If it's a leak.
Well, the air mattress you're gonna lose air overnight anyway. You just reinflate it the next day.
Yeah, but I'm saying if you got a hole in it somehow, you hit your car keys. A ground pad, you're never going to have an issue with it.
It's always good to have a backup everything. We have tested the air mattress to see if there is a leak, unless a leak develops between now and then. Oh, no, we haven't tested it that way. But, Bob, yes, it's a good idea to have a backup, but we did test the air mattress to make sure that it was holding air reasonably well. So...
yeah.
I mean, look, with air mattresses, there's always a risk. We've got like 5 of them, and I think 3 of them have leaks.
Well, you find the 2 that don't, or the 1 that doesn't, you'll be fine. Like you're only on it for
6-7 hours.
Yeah.
I mean, look, it's going to be. He's right. If there's a
6-7, huh?
Yeah, he's right. If there's a problem with anything,
right?
I mean, I'm not bringing a backup tent, but
no.
There's an argument to be made against air mattresses. Georgianne in Livonia. Hello, Georgianne.
Hi.
Hey.
So we've camped a long time. The few things I would suggest taking a broom because you're going to get a lot of sand in there when you're walking around outside. I would suggest taking a clothesline if you go swimming at all because you want to hang up towels.
Not a bad idea right there.
Number 3, we always take like a light. It's a kind of a light that you would use, like guys work on cars, and then we put an extension cord and we hang that from the middle of the tent, so we have a lot of light at night.
Yep.
If we're in the tent. And lastly, I would agree with the last caller. Every time we've used air mattresses, they have all leaked, and we've ended up laying on the ground. And I much prefer the pads that you buy.
Okay, that's 2. You're shaking your head.
Yeah, I would absolutely go with the air mattress because even if every time I've used it, right, it loses air over time, but it's a simple reinflation. Like while you're sleeping at night, it's fine. You wake up in the morning and you realize it's going down a little bit. All right, well, you reinflate it right before you go back to sleep again the next night.
If it goes down
doing it for 2 nights,
yeah, if it goes down a lot, and that's a problem. But
I would suggest
there's a reason we tested it.
Here's another suggestion. Get a tarp that is bigger than the base of your tent. So if you got a 10 by 10 tent, and if you can find a tarp that's 11 by
11,
11,
we've
whatever.
got one. Yep.
There you go. So you put that tarp down first, and then you set the tent up on top of it, so there's a barrier between the bottom of the tent and the ground.
Air mattress reliability is not high. These callers are right. Like I said, we got 5 of them, 3 of them. We because we've hosted a lot of Canadians through the years coming down from Michigan football
those other
games.
ones out.
No, because you can patch them up. But the point is, they do develop leaks. It's a very valid concern.
So bring your patch kit, and you go.
Ryan, downriver, you're next. Hello, Ryan.
Hey, guys. How you doing this afternoon?
Good.
All right.
Good. Hey, Doug. So this was years ago now. My father went up to the UP, and they went camping. And I believe they were in a tent. So I don't know if you're going to be in a tent or a pop-up camper.
We are in a tent.
Okay. So one thing, and this is more of just a funny story. My dad woke up in the middle of the night. It had been like 1 o'clock in the morning. And he heard like somebody pumping a air mattress. He looks over at his wife and goes, who the heck would be pumping up an air mattress at 1, 2 o'clock in the morning? What the heck is going on? Wakes up, and all of a sudden they start hearing a sniffing noise. Turns out it's a black bear sniffing at their tent, and he starts wailing on it with the fireplace poker, this wailing on the side of the tent. So just be careful and have something just in case, something hard and steel to, protect yourself if you're going to be up there. All right?
But he's not in the middle of nowhere, Ryan. He's going to be on a campground site. There's going to be a bunch of other campers there.
I mean, we've got bear spray. We've got bear spray. My wife has this horn or whistle thing that's supposed to scare them off.
But that's for when you go hiking and you're off.
Yeah, I mean, I'll keep the bear spray in the tent in case.
Just in case stuff goes down.
Yeah,
get your cleats.
Yeah, get my cleats. I've tested like shooting off the bear spray and just making sure, because you don't want a bear to come out and you go, hold on, I haven't used this yet.
Buddy.
Hang on, I haven't used this yet. Let me make sure. So it's
black bear. They'll wait for you. Are you going to throw me the bear spray, or are you just going to?
And
aren't you supposed to shoot it at the ground, not like at the bear, but you put it in the ground in front of the bear?
There's a variety of things I've been reading you can do, but I will tell you that it is potent. Like even if you, we sprayed it and far away from us, like as much as I get my arm away, but you could feel the sting.
Now, one of the previous callers mentioned like a light. Just you can get a battery powered lantern of some kind.
We got some lights.
That's perfect. That's all you need.
Doug is going to live off ramen on his camping trip. I mean, if he wanted to relive his college days, there are other alternatives, Doug. That's from Mike in Colorado.
Headlamp light, those work too.
We've got those, yeah.
Those perfect.
As long as you don't have high expectations for those freeze-dried meals, they're okay. The breakfasts are better than the lunches and dinners, in my opinion. That's from Anthony.
A box of cereal and some milk. You're all golden.
Get a tabletop Thermacell bug repellent. Bears are a real thing. I have 10 acres in northern Michigan. I've had 4 different bears on my trail cam this summer. That's from an unnamed texter.
You ever used one of those Thermacell?
No, I haven't. I've seen them for sale. Maybe we'll pick one up.
They do okay.
Do they?
They do okay. But I mean, it's okay for here in the burbs. When you get up there in the UP or wherever it is you're going, I mean, I don't know. You get bugs the size of your hand.
From Jackie and Dearborn. Why torture yourself and your wife? I did it when the kids were young. They had fun. I worked harder than I do at home. Rainy days sucked. And an older adult, the minimum would be a trailer with a full functional or cottage, preferably lakefront. Bugs are bad up there. Take high DEET repellent.
There you go.
Yeah, this is an effort to try something different and save a little money.
Spice it up. I understand.
248-539-97. 248-539-9797. Former NFL player with a suggestion. I don't know how many people will really be on board. Is he for real? We'll get to that today at 11:32 on 97.1. Hey, Twin Peaks fans, today is the day. Their Madison Heights location is throwing a one-of-a-kind party to select their Peaks Elite brand ambassadors. That's right. 20 of the hottest Twin Peaks girls from their 4 Metro Detroit locations are participating in a live photo shoot. The bikini party starts at 6 p.m. and will feature a live DJ drink specials and their party starter shot and brew combo. Brew of the month in happy hour, along with giveaways, prizes, and more. Grab the crew and come hang out with the beautiful girls. And exclusive, this photo shoot featuring all the Twin Peaks has to offer. Their famous 29-degree draft, craft cocktails, scratch kitchen, and wall-to-wall TVs. bring you the ultimate man cave experience. There's games on all the TVs as well. If you haven't been to a party at Twin Peaks before, do yourself a favor and check it out tonight. It'll be a great sneak peek into what football season can be like. No one throws a game day party quite like the Lodge. See the difference today. Twin Peaks, eats, drinks, scenic views. Okay, Gator, you had this in your show prep sheet that you sent out. Warren Sapp. Did you hear this or read it somewhere?
I saw it on Twitter yesterday.
Okay.
And I had bookmarked it. It was from NFL Rumors. But it's story says Pro Football Hall of Famer Warren Sapp says parents should consider keeping their children out of tackle football until high school because of concerns about repeated head impacts during brain development. He said, quote, high school, we're going to do baseball, basketball, tennis, critical thinking, chess, swimming. We're going to do everything that does not hit their head. Sapp encouraged their young athletes to participate in other sports and educational activities before beginning tackle football, arguing that childhood should be used to develop their minds and explore different interests. This is via Vlad TV, whatever that is.
Okay. I don't know that he's wrong, but I don't know that he's realistic either. Sports parents get rather enthusiastic about their kids' sports careers.
Really?
That's one way to put it.
Okay, yeah, that is a way to put it.
If there was a rule that tackle football started in 9th grade and all kids played some form of flag football leading up to that, with that, and a rule that was enforceable, but there's so many football programs that are not affiliated with schools. Right? You don't play necessarily.
Pop Warner,
yeah.
Football,
so I don't know
football.
how this could be instituted. It's Like, I love that there is far more concern for the health and well-being of the athletes. There should be. We're not barbaric here, right? I mean, we love our football, and it is a violent sport, and injuries are going to happen. But when it comes to long-term, life-altering injuries that can be suffered at a young age, I do think it's important to pay attention to the science. If there was a rule that everybody had the same starting line, then I think this is something that might make some sense. The problem is, I just don't see it enforceable that there could be the same starting line for everybody.
Yeah, I would ask the question, does Warren Sapp regret starting playing tackle football whenever he did? Because I'm guessing he didn't start as a ninth grader. I'm guessing he was playing tackle football much earlier.
Yep.
When I was growing up, tackle football wasn't available until I was in, I think, sixth or 7th grade. So that was different. The arguments I would make against what he is saying is because if you start in high school, you're starting too late, in my opinion. I think there are ways that you can make it safer for sure for younger kids where you treat it kind of like they do in the NFL now in training camp. You don't have many padded practices. But what needs to be emphasized is the right way of doing things. And I remember vividly when I first started playing football, when one player did not tackle the right way with very poor technique, put his head down, and the coach went nuts and instilled the fear of God in everybody not to do what that player just did.
Yeah.
And nobody ever did after that. And that was great instruction. But that's the kind of thing that you have to start way early so that by the time kids get to ninth grade, they know how to tackle. They know the right head placement so you're not putting yourself in danger. But if you're going to wait until ninth grade, how do you develop blocking techniques without padding up? And if it's flag football, it just doesn't seem to make any sense to develop that part of the game. But I get where you're saying if everybody
started at the same time,
I think it's impossible.
I don't know how they
can
possibly do it. Like parents have concern, and many parents don't even let their kids play football. And I guess to each their own decide. Yeah. Our kids expressed an interest, but then never really went very far with their interest, and they had so many other things going on. We're not. It could have been football, it could have been lacrosse, whatever. They were playing soccer, basketball, baseball, and it was kind of taking up all the seasons, and so there was no room for football. I think the biggest reason is they got into other sports before they started football, like before you could play football.
That certainly was the case with me and with my brother when we were coming up. I'm curious now, you know this more than I do. Do they allow heading the ball in soccer at a young age? Do they just say you can't do that until you get to a certain, because that does a ton of damage.
Yeah, if there's science to back that up, there's nothing wrong with getting rid of that. I don't remember seeing a whole bunch. It can happen. Where I have seen more concussions happen when players are heading the ball is when they bang heads with somebody else who's trying. Exactly. It's not the ball that's causing it. It's the banging of heads.
Glad you made that clear, but yes, that's the collision that takes place with two players that go in for the same ball.
Yep. So with that in mind, there would be nothing wrong as far as I'm concerned with having an age where that is. If you have science that says, hey, these are these formative years, these are critical for the growth of the brain, and a concussion can set you back, I have no issue with them stepping in. And our kids are through it now. Like, they've survived with minimal damage, I hope. But the point being, it's pretty. Some of the CTE stories are pretty sad.
Yeah,
like, they're really sad.
Very sad. And it's because it's a whole life history of doing it. If you get your first concussion, I think that they're way more aware of it now with younger kids. If some kid gets his bell rung, that hey, you're out for a while. We're going to take care of you. You're a young kid. You're developing, and you just got really crushed there. You're going to sit out for a while. We're more aware of it now. But years ago, you start playing tackle football and you're 10 years old, and by the time you get through high school, that's 8 years of contact. If you're a lineman in particular, that's 8 years of lots of contact. And if you have any designs on playing into college, and then now you're going bigger, faster, stronger, and that's a lot.
I can't imagine that there's too many people that would take up football their freshman year now and catch up real quick. I mean, they might if you're a great athlete.
In high school?
Yeah, but if there are kids starting when they're 10 and you're not starting till you're 14, 15,
I think
whatever
there's still
age.
a lot of kids that are starting that late. Yeah.
Oh, they are, but it's I'm saying catch up real quick.
They are.
You're
because you don't know what
basically
it's
playing
like
from behind. Yeah.
until you've actually put the pads on and you get hit for the first time, or you hit somebody for the first time in pads.
Mm-hmm.
There's a sound that comes with it that's either exhilarating or it's scary. There's like no in between with it, and those that find it exhilarating will excel. Those that are scared by it, you're always going to play scared, and you're never going to reach that potential, and you probably shouldn't play the sport.
248-539-9797. Warren Sapp wants kids to avoid tackle football until high school to avoid head injuries during their formative years. Agree, disagree? I mean, it might be sort of a just straight up moot point because how would this ever happen? I can't foresee the entirety of the United States agreeing that no kid plays till they're a freshman in high school.
But this is a Hall of Fame NFL player.
That's true.
That is saying this. So I think it comes with a little bit more gravity there. And it's interesting that he's the one that's saying it. I'd love to, get more in depth with that and hear from him or others that, played professionally. Interesting to hear what Jan, although I imagine Chance is like, put the pads on as soon as you can walk.
Oh, he's got little Teddy running drills.
Yeah.
He sent me videos. Let's go to Al and Flint. You're on 97.1. Hello, Al.
Look at that pad level.
Good morning, guys.
Hey, what's
Love
up?
the program.
Thank you.
I'm a seasoned camper, camped in the mountains and all over the Michigan, UP. One thing I would recommend, Doug, is take some kindling for a campfire. That's a very key ingredient in the camping experience. And these parks like you're going to stay in, there won't be a piece of kindling within 5 miles because the campers will scour the grounds for them. So take some kindling for a good campfire. And I always use a fire starter as opposed to a liquid that ignites. You can buy at Home Depot or one of the stores a fire starter that's a low.
Yeah. You get the little sticks that work, and not only that, but also I would also recommend grabbing one of those Duraflame logs as well, because those light up right away. And then you actually, if you have extra wood, if you're planning on lighting a fire, then yes.
Al, this is a great idea. We do have fire starters, but we'll be at our place up north before we go camping. We have an ample supply of wood and kindling and all that. We'll make sure that we bring it all. Thank you. 248-539-9797. I'm going camp for people just flip their radios on. I'm going camping next week, and we're getting suggestions. Nick in a car. You're on 97.1. Hello, Nick.
Hey, guys. How are you?
What's up?
Hey, so what Warren Sapp said about not letting kids start tackle football until 9th grade, my uncle, his name Ed O'Neill, he was 1971 8th overall draft pick to the Lions.
Oh, cool.
He has the same mindset. He has 2 sons. Keith O'Neill played at Northern Arizona University, was undrafted free agent to the Dallas Cowboys. Their son-in-law, his kids, so he was a pro. His name's Drew Haddad, pro football player as well for the Colts and the Buffalo Bills. They don't let their kids play football until 8th grade. 2 of Drew's kids now are one's at University of Iowa, Cody Haddad, and then Trey Haddad is Texas A&M commit for next year. But all of these kids did not start playing football until 8th grade, and at least 2 of them went pro, and another 2 are on their way.
That's cool. I'm glad that they can, as I said, catch up. They came from good stock, obviously, but the idea that you can't do it.
And I don't think you can regulate it. I think it's parents' discretion. They let their kids play lacrosse and every other sport until then. Track and field was a big one. But football, they didn't play tackle until 8th grade. That was the earliest they let them start.
Nick, thank you for sharing. I think more than seeing Warren Sapp getting the way he wants it or the way these guys did it, you're going to have guardian caps on kids when they're 10 and probably maybe all throughout. I wouldn't be surprised if they're not even voluntary at some point.
Those are those padded helmets that go on the top of the helmet.
I wouldn't be surprised if they were mandatory through high school eventually. 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson. You're on 97.1. quote from Lions camp Gator loves. We'll get to it in 5 minutes. 248-539-9797. A lot of people sounded off on a variety of topics, including me going camping. I love some of these. LOL. Carson's going camping in the UP for the first time. LOL. I hope you like bugs, dude. You ain't never seen bugs like you're going to see up there right now. My suggestion would be if you're going to go camping, you always go in October or later. Otherwise, you are a feast for billions and trillions of biting insects that you ain't never seen the likes of before. Good luck.
The camping part, I think you're going to be fine because, like you said, you're at a campground. Multiple people are going to have fires going, and that helps keep some of the bugs away. You're going to bug spray. But during the day when you're hiking, you are going to be devoured.
That's the number one reason why I hate camping.
I hate bugs,
I
man.
hate bugs, man. It just bothers the hell out all day. Just swiping at your arm, swiping your leg, your food, or whatever it is. Like, to me, yeah. Ew, is that my ear? When it gets to your eye or whatever. You know, like it's... How are you with bugs, Doug?
I mean, they're annoying, but it's not dissuading me from going camping. We'll be all bug sprayed up and probably go get that little tabletop thing that keeps bugs away, but...
How's your wife with bugs?
She is not going to know. This is the real test. From Scott.
She has no idea what she's getting herself into.
Just bring regular food, Tarzan. It's 2 days. You don't need to paint your face with berries and use your sock as a hat and go squirrel hunting with a sharpened stick. What are we doing?
Doug just watched a marathon of Naked and Afraid and thinks he's got to do all this.
That's why the newbie goes into the REI store and they're like, check out this guy. Yeah, I'm going to need a tent. I need meal replacement. I need a knife. I need this. Like, dude. Where you going? 2 days.
How do I start a fire? With matches.
Where are you? Wow, what rural area are you going to? A state campground.
Right.
Let's talk to the people. We go to Jake in Windsor. You're on 97.1. Hello, Jake.
Hey, Doug. Just talked to Jansen about camping. He goes on his fishing trips for 2 weeks and he doesn't shower for 2 weeks.
Yeah, he just eats the bugs.
John's a real man, though. John will do it differently. He's not going to campground.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's right. We're talking about Doug. Okay. The reason I called is, after Job comes back Saturday, is that going to void the whole using the bullpen, going to the bullpen starts, right? I feel like when we go to the bullpen starts, we get very inconsistent pitching.
I think ideally, yeah, they would hope that they can have a starter for every game.
I mean, I imagine the hope is that Drew Anderson gets stretched out a little bit and give you something. He was great last night.
They weren't going to throw him 90 pitches, but
no, he threw 42 pitches and threw almost 4 shutout innings of baseball.
And then a follow-up question was totally off topic, but what did you guys think of the comments from Stephen A. Smith about how Brad Holmes is handling the Jahmyr Gibbs situation?
I didn't hear what he said. What did he say?
Okay. He was just
I don't pay
calling
attention to a lot of what other people say. What did he say?
I was off the day. I was watching it. It was brutal to watch, but he was just going off on how, like, basically, questioning the integrity of Brad Holmes and, what are you doing? Who do you think you are, Detroit? And
that's a very solid take. What do I think of it? I think he's spot on, man. This guy has his finger on the pulse of this organization, and it's all his time. It's all his time he spent here. That's why I respect what he has to say.
Yeah, he was trying to compare it to the forget his name, the running back for
Bijan
this
Robinson.
Is not Bijan Robinson.
Look, anybody who's going to come out and have a rant during the first real week or second week of practice in training camp, when you know they're going to get a deal done, it's just wasted breath. I don't know why Stephen A. is going off on this and saying you got to pay the all-world playmaker. Of course you do.
I didn't hear what everything I said was in jest, tongue in cheek. I have no idea what he said. I've gotten to a point where I don't pay attention to much what anybody says anymore. But Kang, what's the update? There was Dave Burkett had a tweet.
Yeah, so obviously the big story at Lions practice facilities right now is, Jahmyr Gibbs is whether he's going to get a contract or not. Burkett, in the big scrum, he was like up front in front of all the reporters and cameras as they're basically rushing Jahmyr Gibbs as he's walking off the field. Right. And Burkett was able to fire off one question, which was he asked him, I mean, I pull up the tweet right now. I don't want to misquote him.
I'm sorry about that.
Oh, no, it's okay.
dropped this on you.
He asked if a deal was close, and all Gibbs did was give a thumbs up without turning around. For whatever that means. You know what I mean? That means we're good. Is it close? I don't know. I'm good. Stop asking me questions. Don't follow me.
Right.
But that's what happened. The funny thing is, I saw the video. Eric Woodyard of ESPN, the Lions beat reporter, put out a video of this.
I saw the video, but I didn't hear any audio because we're in studio and we don't get audio.
So
here.
you can see Burkett in the front and all the cameras behind him. As this is happening, the Lions starting quarterback, Jared Goff, is trying to fight through these guys. Everyone's completely ignoring him.
Yeah, he's going wide left around all the cameras and all the reporters, and I think he's like, I just got in front of, he gets in front of Woodruff from Fox too. And he's like, I made it past
he's
the
just
line.
trying to get through. So
I don't have to get questioned.
That just shows you how big of a story the Jahmyr Gibbs thing is right now. That's the biggest story with the Lions, and right now it's football because of all the other running backs getting paid, and he's the last man standing.
So I have the quotes from Stephen A. if you want to hear those.
I don't know if Doug really cares.
I really I don't.
I think it's so ridiculous
is there
that he
any
comes
way?
out and says it this demonstratively when it's like the Bijan deal just got done a couple days ago. I feel pretty confident Jahmyr's getting done. Like to take it to the.
Should I step out of the studio if I don't want to hear this? Like,
no, we don't even have to say it. It's just dumb because it is. I agree with you. It's dumb.
He's not.
He's just.
This is not a crisis.
He's an entertainer. He's trying to entertain.
I don't even want to. I don't even want to slam him. He is what he is.
I do.
You do
at this point because it's just dumb.
I just don't like slamming other media members. It just, to me, I just ignore who I want to ignore.
I'll read the first line and see what you think. God. Just the first line.
Why are you doing this?
Because I want to get confirmation that this is dumb. To the Detroit Lions, who the hell do you think you are?
Thanks for reading that. Now I feel better. And this is about Gibbs' contract.
Yeah.
Ken, you're the producer of the show. Does the audience need to hear all this?
No, I mean, I think everyone knows who Stephen A. Smith is at this point and how he does things. Yeah. And Gator's right; he's an entertainer. He can't calmly say anything.
We wouldn't have brought up if the caller didn't.
I know. So I mean,
that's all.
Yeah, you can gather what the rest of the comments or with just the first line.
And I'm
Gator
sure
read.
you can find him if you want to say. All right, what's the quote though that you love?
Right,
that you love from
Birchie has this, and this is a tweet Birchie had from 3 hours ago. It says, "J-Mo, the leader on helping defensive backs," about Jameson Williams.
Mm-hmm.
Quote, "The other day, me and Ennis had a conversation about how he's coming to me on the press and how I was beating him."
Press coverage, not media.
Correct.
Okay. Making sure that people understand.
So I explained to him how I was beating him, and it's been better work since. Things like that could go a far way. And this is also attributed to SiriusXM.
So J-Mo is telling
talking
Ennis
to Ennis Rakestraw.
Here's why I'm torching you.
Yeah. And here's how it's working for me. And then they have that conversation, and then it's been much better since. I love that. And I don't know if this happens all the time. I imagine there are some players out there that will not help anybody on the other side of the ball because it's all about them and they're going to be focused. And not that that's a bad thing. It's just, hey, I'm trying to keep my edge. Guys will talk, word gets around, and next thing you know, hey, this is how you beat so-and-so. I love that this is what's going on with Jameson Williams. Maybe it happens way more than we know it does, but just to see it is cool because this is J-Mo, who is a guy who's being praised like crazy this offseason. Everyone is raving about the development of Jameson Williams. He's catching everything that's thrown to him. He's running more crisp routes and looks great. And Rakestraw is a guy who obviously has to step up and get on the field.
All right, we'll continue talking Lions amongst other stuff when we continue on Karsch and Anderson on 97.1.
Brought to you by Twin Peaks. Lions running back Jahmyr Gibbs was asked by Freep's Dave Burkett if a deal is close at the end of practice today. Without turning around, Gibbs gave a thumbs up as he entered into the facility. He did not speak with reporters. Today was the first time Gibbs suited up in full pads at practice. He took part in some early walkthrough drills and then did the individual work with the training staff on a side field. He did not participate in drills with the team. He's the only remaining top-tier running back without a contract resolution as the Colts extended Jonathan Taylor today with a 2-year deal worth $44 million. In other Lions news, Jared Goff has checked in at number 33 on the NFL's 2026 Top 100 Players list. He was ranked 15th last year. And NFL football is back tonight with the annual Hall of Fame game in Canton, Ohio. This year's edition includes the Carolina Panthers against the Arizona Cardinals. Kickoff is at 8 o'clock. The Tigers will face the Seattle Mariners for the 3-game series finale today after losing yesterday. That makes today's meeting the rubber match between two teams who are just a half game apart in the wild card standings. Advantage Seattle. Framber Valdez will start tonight for Detroit against Bryce Miller for the Mariners. Valdez's ERA is the highest of his career right now at 4.41, while his strikeout rate is the lowest of his career at 7.3 per 9 innings. He had a 7.13 ERA in the month of July, the third highest of any single month in his career. First pitch is at 4:10 today. Pregame here on 97.1 at 3:45. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1theticket or Odyssey.com.
Okay, as you heard there in the update, the Jahmyr Gibbs story, the more you think about this, ask yourself this question. If things were acrimonious, if they were far apart, would he be doing more today than he's done his entire time leading up to this point of training camp? Would that make any sense? Because today he suited up full uniform and went through walkthrough. The moment they went to speed things up, he went to the side and just did high knees and stretched and stuff. But if things weren't going well, is there any way he would be doing more? Or would he be doing less?
I mean, yeah, if there were like bad feelings between the two, acrimony, as you say, there's no way he'd be there. No, he wouldn't be showing his face. It would be a holdout, not a hold in.
Albert Breer at this hour tweeting at Lions today, and the team and star running back Jahmyr Gibbs are working on a new deal that is expected to be finalized soon, I'm told. Bijan Robinson and Jonathan Taylor signed over the last 48 hours. The third running back domino should fall. Gibbs made an appearance in practice today. So there it is. If you want to talk about it, of course, 248-539-9797. Open the show with Tiger Talk. They lose 4-2 on a bullpen day. Don't lose any ground in the American League wildcard chase or in the AL Central because just about everybody in the hunt lost. You heard Jahmyr Gibbs, no deal, but Bijan got done a couple days ago. Jonathan Taylor done today. We're expecting it at 3-2-1 is the reason we keep hitting refresh. I'm going camping next week. People have been giving me camping advice. We're in the UP with the wife. It's been met with quite a bit of cynicism that this is going to go well. And Warren Sapp says he doesn't think kids should play football until their freshman year in high school so they can go through critical development stages without suffering any concussions or any sort of setbacks in terms of critical years in brain development. If the science backs it up, I have no problem with this. I also would say that it's unlikely to ever getting enforced seems highly unlikely. Guardian caps being mandatory feels like something that I could see happening at the youth levels of football, and that does no harm.
No, it does no harm. It just makes it more expensive, but it does no harm.
Mm-hmm. But a lot of people reacting to a lot of things. Let's get to your phone calls. We go to Matt on a cell. Hello, Matt.
Hey, how are you?
Good. What's up?
I'm going to give you a public service announcement about camping that you'll take to heart, and hopefully you'll take care of.
Okay.
It comes a time in every camping trip you got to head to the ranger station. What you want to do is get yourself a sandwich bag, fill it with some disinfectant wipes, and bring your own toilet paper. The stuff they have at the campgrounds is horrible.
Okay. Good to know.
Use the disinfecting wipe to clean the seat, dry it off with their cheap, crappy paper, flush it, and then, as the Bears say on TV, enjoy the go.
Okay. Matt, that's great advice because as I think about this, if I want this to work, and my wife has concerns about the cleanliness of the Ranger Station, which is, I guess, what you call where the toilet and the showers are. Okay, yeah. No, that's a great call. Bring all your own stuff, including toilet paper, even though they provide it. That's a great point.
I told you that during the break.
You did, and I mocked you, but now that what'd you call it? Half ply? Yeah, okay.
Half?
Yeah, it's a good point. Dwight in Fremont. Hello, Dwight.
Hey, guys.
What's up?
I'm calling about the concussion conversation.
Yep.
I played football in the early 70s, back when there wasn't much padding, just those little leather inserts. And my first concussion was 8th grade, getting kicked in the back of my head.
Wow.
I was a guard, and I was pancaking the lineman, and my tailback kicked me in the back of the head with his knee. That was the first time, knocked me dizzy, and they only let me play offense after that, not defense. And then freshman year, I made it through okay. Sophomore year, I got 2 concussions in the same game. Tackling, diving at the tailback. His knee kicked my helmet off, and I was carried off the field. And I recovered with smelling salts back then, and went back in when they called because I was a kicker also.
Yeah, it's a whole different ballgame when you played than what it is today.
What do you think
nobody even cared about it.
But your credentials are in order. What do you think of what Warren Sapp said?
Well, my concern is the leverage, the angle. If you're lengthening height, putting height on the helmet, that you're increasing the angle against the neck. If somebody's hit, you could break somebody's neck if you're kicked from the side or
what about what Sapp said about nobody should play till they're a freshman in high school?
I don't think it really matters because soccer players get hurt. You can get hurt in baseball. You can hit your head on the ground riding your bike.
Yeah, but you're more likely to get hurt playing football than any other sport, aren't you?
Well, true. It's the impact. No matter what you're doing, if you're a lineman,
Dwight,
you're tackling or
final
whatever.
Thing, we understand all of this. Do you think Sapp's idea is good or bad?
It's better than nothing.
You like it?
Probably better than nothing, yes.
Okay. Extracting.
Already on that.
Anyways, Warren Sapp, it's a Hall of Fame career. And he doesn't think kids should play till they're a freshman in high school. Look, could it happen? Could this ever become a rule? I just don't think it could. Sports parents push kids. Like they wouldn't want to fall behind.
You're right.
They'd find a place
100%.
to play. They'd find a place to play.
I think what you're going to see eventually, if it doesn't happen already, is just a reduction in the amount of hitting that actually goes on in pads in practice. I think that's what you're going to see. You're going to see tackling drills with like tackling dummies as opposed to tackling your friend.
Let me be clear about something, too. There's a lot of great sports parents. They're really super supportive, to root for their own kid and other kids on the team, and it teaches a lot of great life lessons. But there's enough people that get way too into it that can ruin it, and I think would find workarounds for this, but for whatever it's worth. Let's go to Greg in Dearborn. You're next. Hello, Greg.
Hey, boys. Happy Thursday, Mo.
That's right.
So no, I had some things for you for camping, and you just kind of alluded to what I was going to say before. It's all about cleanliness for the ladies.
Yeah.
So like you got to think about all that kind of stuff if you want to, stay closer to and do this again. So a rug, like bring a rug just to put right outside the door. You can put your shoes on there. You don't bring as much crap in the tent.
Ooh,
and then a collapsible water jug. Make sure it's got a loop on the back. You can fill it up at like the little pump station. Yep. And then that way you don't have to keep walking back to wash your hands every 5 minutes when you're setting up and stuff like that.
Okay.
Maybe put a little soap on there, and then also you can brush your teeth there so you don't got to walk back to the thing at night to, because that bathroom at night is a freaking disaster zone. So.
Yeah, we didn't think about when we chose. Thank you, Greg. When we chose our campsite, we did not think of the proximity to the bathroom. And that probably can be good and bad. Those things are disgusting, so you don't want to be too close, but you also don't want to be too far away. 248-539-9797. Aaron is next on 97.1. Hello, Aaron.
Hey guys, love the station, love the show.
Thank you.
I'm glad to hear. I'm glad to hear you're going camping, Doug. The one thing, and I've got a sap thing too, but the thing you need to buy before you go camping is a fire starter that's called a piston, and it's basically like a tube that's about the size of a small cigar, and you can literally, especially since you guys are going hiking. If something were to happen, you can literally start a fire with the fuzz from your sweatshirt.
Really?
In this thing. Like, yeah, you can, anything dry and flammable, you can kind of stuff a little ball of it down into the cylinder, and then you just pop the cylinder a couple of times, and you get an ember, and you can start a fire.
Okay.
They're super cheap, they're super convenient, and not having one is asking for disaster in my camping experience.
Okay.
I think people are. I think it's great advice, Aaron. But I think people are misunderstanding where Doug is camping. He's not out in the middle of the woods by himself.
I'm in a state campground.
Yeah, and he's going to have. And more importantly, Aaron, here's the more important part. He's got his car right there, so he can bring anything he wants with him. If he wants to bring lighter fluid, he can bring it with him. If he wants to bring little balls of paper and his own kindling and a lighter, he can do that.
My man is just making it easier to light the fire.
No. And I'm not talking about at the campground. I'm talking about the fact that Doug and his wife are going hiking in the UP. And sometimes when you get out there, there is nothing, man. Like, I hunted in the UP and in Huron National Forest when I was a kid. You get out to certain places, if somebody slips and breaks an ankle, like, you got to have some stuff on you that's really small and really convenient that keeps you alive. That's all I'm saying.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
The sap thing, like, I got my first concussion when I was 9, and I got it playing soccer.
Mm-hmm.
And it was, I played for a very small Christian school, and so I was playing against kids much older than me. The first time that I took a real hard shot off the head from a ball, I literally ended up in the hospital for 2 days at 9 years old.
Wow.
I took the ball wrong off the top of my head. I had a concussion and a compressed disc in my neck. And so what I understand.
Hey, we're short on time, Aaron. Real quick, you like what SAP is suggesting?
I think SAP is being a good parent. Yes, I do.
Thank you. 248-539-9797.
So there is a report on the Jahmyr Gibbs situation from Jordan Schultz.
Well, let's get to that in 4 minutes. It's Carson Anderson on 97.1. All right, so what's the breaking news here, or at least further reporting?
Jordan Schultz from the Schultz Report, and perhaps better known for his podcast, Why is Draymond Green Talking About Football? But he's got 500,000 followers, so he knows what he's talking about. He says, sources, the Lions and star running back Jahmyr Gibbs have made substantial progress on a 3-year contract extension that will make him the NFL's highest paid running back. The hope is to get a deal done as early as today, and Gibbs will then return to practice. So we know that Bijan Robinson got a 3-year deal worth up to $75 million, but it will pay him $22.25 million annually. So I don't think it's crazy to think that Jahmyr Gibbs would get something in the neighborhood of the actual $75 million without incentives. And I don't know if there's incentives or not, or that the average per season will give him 23, because that would put him ahead of Bijan and make him the highest paid player. But I don't think it's going to get crazy like he's going to get a 3-year, $90 million contract. I think it's going to be in that $70 million range.
Holdouts or hold-ins or whatever they are can be such huge stories and can lead to fan angst. I mean, we've had some people who said some pretty rude things about Jalen Duren, who's just trying to get a new contract, and they're going through the process of what many people do go through from a standpoint of there being negotiations and, long periods of time where nothing happens. But there also becomes a time where they do become a bit of an issue, a news story, and a crisis. At no point have I thought this Jahmyr Gibbs story is a news story or a crisis. It's part of the business of the league. There wasn't a lot of acrimony, and it felt like a deal was gonna get done. And there's just more and more reporting today that a deal is about to get done. So, can all take a deep breath. No need to yell. Right?
No yelling.
No yelling.
What? Not even Stephen A. Smith can yell?
He can do whatever he wants. There's a reason why I choose to pay attention to who I choose to pay attention to.
I mean, this is where it was always going to be headed, right? Like,
yeah,
Jahmyr Gibbs, I said earlier this week, he's going to be the highest paid running back in the league. He was the last man standing. You don't hold in for less money. He saw what Robinson got, and he's like, all right, well, that's the mark. I'm not taking less than that. I'm sure his agents know the same. Brad Holmes knows the same. And now they got to iron out probably the details is probably maybe why it's taking so long. Like a lot of language stuff and contracts. I mean, the fans immediately just see the big numbers, the length of years and the numbers. But really, it's a lot of stuff in between there they got to iron out. And in the end, I truly believe he is going to be the highest paid running back in the league. And this is what comes with doing business with drafting very well. When you draft like the best of the best, there's going to be situations like this where there's going to be a little bit awkwardness of holding out, and then you iron it out and the deal gets done.
Frankly, this should be really easy once Bijan signed, because the comp is there. I mean, flip a coin. Which running back is better, Bijan Robinson or Jahmyr Gibbs? They've effectively done the same thing. The big difference between the two is that Jahmyr scores more touchdowns, and it's tangible. That's a big. I think it's like 14 more touchdowns over the first 3 years of his career. Bijan Robinson has more yards, but it's not by much. It's by like 500 yards total between receiving and rushing. So I think it's a great comp. So to try to find out, what should we pay him? It's up to the Lions. Do they want to make him the highest paid, or do you want to put him just below it? By the reporting, it says they're going to make him the highest paid running back in football. So you know where that's going to fall. It's going to fall somewhere around $22.5 million and probably $24 million.
The writing's been on the wall for this for a long time, given the fact that they've war-chested and have probably stayed away from some big-ticket items that fans have wanted to get because they don't want to lose this guy.
Yes.
Okay, Inside the Den. Did you watch the draft version?
No, because they keep leaking different parts out, and I don't know. I've my patience grew tired of it.
It's okay.
So I haven't seen it yet. I used to love it, and now I'm like, I don't know if I love it anymore.
I mean, they're all the same, and they're really, if you like behind the scenes stuff, and I love behind the scenes stuff. A bunch of cameras set up in the war room, and they got mics in there, and they kind of show how the draft went down. Now, the one thing they don't show you is the heartbreak. They don't show you when they had a guy that they loved and they don't get him. They edit it together, and as they should. I get it. They don't want to give away a whole bunch of war secrets, but it does feel like they every player that they got was a player that they were coveting and really, really wanted. You never hear them say, oh, God, we should have moved up to take that guy. As you know, that probably wouldn't play well with the fans. But a few little nuggets that I gleaned from here. All right, are you ready?
Yes.
Okay.
Ready for Glean Nuggets.
Yes. What? Polish up those Glean Nuggets and
Let's
share them with
go.
the audience. Derek
Learn away.
Moore had a very cool line about how his favorite pass rush move, because I've never heard this before, was you go you rush a guy, power rush, then you hit him with the fake power rush, and you give him the swim move, and you're a ghost. And I'm like, ooh, I like the line. You disappear, you're a ghost. That was from his Indianapolis Combine 20 minutes he got to spend with the Lions.
Mm-hmm.
They played that.
Probably would have been more impactful before he got hurt in training camp, but yes.
Derek Moore?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I'm sure, but it was what he had to say to them before he even got drafted.
Saying when they released this stuff.
Jimmy Rolder, Keith Abney, and Kendrick Law, who they got in the 4th and 5th rounds, because 2 5th-round picks, as they were preparing for this, they're like, well, we got a 3rd-round grade on all 3 of these guys and trying to figure out what order they wanted to risk taking them, because they wanted all 3 because they all had 3rd-round grades. And then Abney was the best reaction from a player when he got drafted, because he just kept saying, you could see him on his end of the phone going, I'm the best one, coach. I'm the best one. And I'm like, ooh, kid's got some confidence. I like it. But near the end, right when the draft was done, there was this exchange between Dan Campbell and Brad Holmes. And he takes his phone and he starts playing a song. Gator, I'm going to give you 10 guesses or 10 questions to figure out the artist / band and maybe even the song. You're a big music guy. Brad Holmes says, I got to play my song, and hit play on his phone. And you're a big music guy, so I want you to give you the opportunity here with 10 questions.
Okay.
To try and narrow down who this artist is or band is.
Is this a song I would know?
Kang, I think he probably does. Don't you? Probably knows it.
I think he does.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, I think he does.
Yep. I think, like, by know, do you mean the words to, or have heard it before?
I've heard it before.
Yeah,
know
I
the
think
song.
you probably have heard it before, yes.
Is this a song pre-1990?
Yes.
Okay. Is this a song by a group or an artist?
A group.
A group, okay.
These are great questions.
Is this group, are they an American group?
No.
Okay. Is this song from the 70s?
No.
Oh.
Establishing what song did Brad Holmes play at the end of the draft in the war room. A song Gator has heard, pre-1990s. It's a group, not a artist, an individual, non-American, post-70s. So obviously we're in the 80s.
Are these only yes or no questions? Are going to
you can expand. This is completely unfair. So go for it.
What's the music genre? Is it rock? Is it R&B? Is it pop?
Do you want me to read what it says on the Wikipedia page?
Sure.
Okay. Pop, dance pop, high energy, new wave, Eurodance. How's that?
It's a lot.
Yep.
It's a lot there. Huh. Okay. Is this a song from the 80s?
Yes.
Okay.
I mean, you said, is it pre-90s? And you said, is it set? Did you say post-70s or did you say 70s?
I said in the 70s.
It is.
So
it is
could have
from
been the 60s. But
okay, fair enough.
That's now I got here in the 80s. All right.
Yeah.
Is the singer male or female?
Female.
All right.
You're at 8 questions.
female singer of a band, European band.
So we're not going to have Gator give his answer till after the break?
Yeah, that's
okay,
correct.
so people can also use these clues that you're giving everybody.
To
these
text
questions,
over,
you
yeah.
have to text over?
Yeah.
Okay.
We're at 8 questions. Brad Holmes, post-draft, hype song. Played in the war room on his phone.
Is this band still active? Is this singer still active?
I don't think so.
Okay.
Yeah, I think they're done. But scrolling through, maybe not. Might still be doing music. It looks like Wikipedia says 2017 to present. And
was this song their biggest hit?
Great question. I
like that question.
I do too. I think it probably was.
All right, so is that 10?
That is 10. We'll let you get on the Google here and sort of see who might fit the bill here. Do you have any guess right now? Could you make a guess right now? I don't want you to, but could you?
I mean, I had one in mind, but I think it's more 70s and 80s. So
Okay.
I have to start thinking more of European female-led acts from the 80s.
All right. People will take 10 texts right now.
I think I have an idea.
Okay, get your 10 texts in right now. First 10, give us who you think it is. Sign your text so we know who to give credit to. What song did Brad Holmes play in the war room immediately after the draft to celebrate? It is Carson Anderson here on 97.1.
Welcome back to the Carson Anderson Show here on 97.1. Taking your calls and texts at 248-539-9797. We are still anxiously awaiting the announcement of a deal with Jahmyr Gibbs. It's been reported that they are really close to making him the highest paid running back in the NFL. It has not happened just yet. But according to reports from Jordan Schultz, that's what they're on track to get done. Very excited to see if that happens. Because it should just take a matter of hours, minutes. I'm not sure when they finally announce this, but I don't think they're going to have to wait too long, Doug.
Yeah, we continue to monitor, continue to refresh. In the meantime, we've got this this contest here for Gator, and I want to credit you for your ability to narrow this down. You asked very good questions. Music is kind of one of your wheelhouses. Maybe like asking me Michigan running backs from the 1980s or something. I'm going to read some of the answers that have come in here. All right.
Okay.
Is it Dancing Queen by ABBA? That's from Nick in Roseville. Unnamed texter says, Walking on Sunshine, Katrina and the Waves. Charles and Shelby, Let's Get Physical by Olivia Newton-John. Tim says, Eurythmics, Sweet Dreams. Lance says, Walk Like an Egyptian, but doesn't give the band. That was, what was that band Susanna Hoffs led?
The Bangles.
Bangles, thank you. Alton and Shelby Township, Joan Jett and the Blackhearts. Jay in West Bloomfield says, Mamma Mia by ABBA. D says 99 Red Balloons. D in Canton. Jason in Oak Park says, Take My Breath Away by Berlin. Do any of these?
Yeah, one of them I think is it.
Okay.
But there are reasons. I initially thought it's going to be, maybe it's ABBA, but ABBA's more known for the 70s than they are the 80s.
Mm-hmm.
Some of the bands you listed there were American bands,
Yep.
American singers,
Yep.
so that's not it. I had it narrowed down to two, and both were mentioned. One was the Eurythmics and Sweet Dreams Are Made of This, but I don't think they're still together. I want to say the guitar guy, I forget, was it Dave Edwards or whatever his name was? I think I don't know if he's longer with us, and Annie Lennox has done a bunch of solo stuff, but I don't think it's that.
Okay.
I do think that it's Walking on Sunshine by Katrina and the Waves.
Okay. That is Gator's guess. I will say, Kang, you sent one over that has the correct answer. And did we get a lot of correct answers?
No, not a lot.
Okay. So here's the exchange at the end of Inside the Den where Brad Holmes hits play on his phone because he had to play a song to celebrate the end of the draft.
Cruel Summer? Bananarama? Really? I mean, I like the song.
Yeah. I was watching this last night, and I'm like, Brad Holmes tapping it. This is in 1984. It got released in the UK in 1983, released in the United States in 1984. You do know the song. You do know the words.
I know some of the words, yeah.
Do you know
what, you mean all?
No, I don't mean all.
Do you know what movie this was featured in?
This was from Lesson Zero?
No.
No?
Although it might have been. I didn't know it was in this movie until I heard
Hazy
that.
Shade of Winter, I think was from.
I think you're right.
Yeah. This one, Cruel Summer, was this from?
Karate Kid.
This is Karate Kid, yes!
So this is Brad Holmes' jam, apparently.
This is his happy song. I gotta play my song. It's a cruel summer. I mean, this is it? This is his song?
Yeah.
No way, right?
Cruel Summer by Bananarama is the song. Like, I would have laughed if it was Katrina and the Waves, but Walking on Sunshine is like upbeat and it's happy. That's the happy song.
Yeah.
I was not expecting this.
No.
This is like, yeah, I made out for the first time with a girl with this song. Right?
Maybe that's why I like the song.
Right. I think there's a story to it. I don't think it has anything to do with football.
I don't think it has anything to do with football.
How old is Brad Holmes? Is he our age?
He's like in his 50s, right? Anyway, I want to credit Derek in Algonac,
Brad Holmes is only 47 years old.
So he's
only 47?
He was 5 years old when this song came out.
It's his jam. It's his jam.
I would have never
This is
in a
the
million
weirdest,
years. Yeah,
like,
right?
what?
First of all, I think, like, If he's doing it because he thinks it's like funny or whatever, I laugh too. It's funny.
I mean, it might just be
if he's dead serious, man. I'm a little worried. Why Cruel Summer and Bananarama, man? What?
Reese on Twitch got Bananarama. Eggs and Bacon on Twitch got Cruel Summer Bananarama.
Like if he had said Venus, that's a more upbeat, danceable song. Like this is like a laid back. You're having a drink in the corner, watching everything going on in the party before you walk up and say, "Hi, I'm Scott. What's your name?"
Oh, is that Egyptian?
Exactly. Yep. This is where that starts. Yep. A song like this. Because it's kind of quiet and smooth, and you got your chance to kind of vibe. And, hey, what's up? How you doing? You just make eye contact and start swaying a little bit. Then you have the conversation.
Well, there you go. We thought we'd have some fun.
That's too much information on a Bananarama song.
You've created quite a backstory.
But Venus is the one that yeah.
Well, if you were to choose let's go over the parameters here. If you were narrowed it down to a song that you'd heard before pre-1990 by a group that was non-American, post-1970, so in the 80s, new wave, female band that's still performing, who would you have chosen?
If I had to go by those parameters?
Yeah.
I mean...
For your personal likes, just to, for you, songs you like.
For European female-led bands.
Yeah.
I mean, there's not a whole lot in that grouping.
I know, right? But
yeah, so I mean, I would probably go with. I mean, if I had, I like the song. I do like the song Venus.
There you go.
So, you're going
the Bengals. The Bengals are American.
Bengals?
The Go-Go's are American. And Berlin. I like Berlin a lot, but that was Terry Nunn. She's like from L.A. I think.
Yep.
Missing Persons was another band I liked, but they were from L.A. All the bands I can think of that were, and Bengals sang "Hazy Shade of Winter," by the way.
It was yeah, okay. That was also LL Cool J. Going Back to Cali was on that soundtrack,
and he's from New York. So,
all right, let's get to some phone calls. Thank you everybody for participating. Some people have been patient, like Joe and Shelby. Hi, Joe.
Hey, fellas. I'm going to jump back to the Warden Sapp comment.
Yep.
I 100% agree with him. I think I've had this struggle with my son for the longest time. So what we did was we just started, and he's actually starting 9th grade this upcoming year. We had him go through the flag program up in the area here in Shelby Township.
Yep.
And it allowed him to continue to learn the sport without the physicality behind it and understand the concepts.
Yep.
So I think that seems to be, to me, probably one of the best solutions is to migrate away from tackle in 7th and 8th grade middle school programs and maybe stick to some kind of a structure that has the flag football orientation too. And you can still go move out with, playbooks, game plans, the whole package, have competitive, games against other middle schools. And then as you begin the transition out of 8th grade into 9th grade, you can introduce the 7-on-7. You can have those different camps introduced to these kids as they move into the high school ranks. And then you can start to work on the tackling aspects and all that kind of stuff. Now, that could deteriorate.
Joe, we're short on time, but thank you for your phone call. We're going to get to Duke in Ann Arbor. Hi, Duke.
Hey, what's up, guys?
Hey, Duke.
I actually am calling about the exact same thing that last guy was calling about, but I hold a different opinion. I believe, man, if you're going to hold a kid back until freshman year to play football, I mean, we're not talking about soccer. We're talking about football. If you're going to hold him back till freshman year, he might as well just not play. He's already way too far behind when it comes to the physicality of the sport.
But it'd be if everybody did it.
No, I get it, but it's just like it's not like soccer. Let's say if you were gonna have your kid join a sport late, go with soccer. Like go with basketball.
But
so
if
something that's
it's not late, it's not the Sapp's point. It's not late if everyone doesn't start playing tackle till 9th grade.
So you can play flag football up until that point, but not tackle football.
That I mean, the quality. I mean, the quality of the players. Well, now it's a tackle sport, man. Like when I was in high school, once I got to high school, and Mr. Karsh, you know this, in Ann Arbor they call us the soft boys. Like they consider us soft. And that's because we don't know how to tackle, or not me, but a bunch of the kids who I played with struggled with wrapping up, tackling the right way, form hitting, stuff like that. It's just.
It would definitely cut down on the quality of the tackling at the younger ages. There's no doubt about it, Duke. But if everybody's in the same playing field, it's kind of it's an interesting idea, but it's probably a moot point because I just don't see this happening.
I don't see it ever happening.
It would almost have to be some sort of a series of tragedies with young kids. But
yeah, like I said earlier, I think that I appreciate what he's saying, and I would take it to heart, but make the sport safer by having less contact practices, I think, is the way to do it, as opposed to saying no contact at all until you're in ninth grade. I don't know if that's just feasible.
Dan Campbell will talk about our head coach coming up today at 1:02 here on Karsh and Anderson on 97.1. Hey, your garage door works harder than you think. It goes up, it goes down, and after thousands of trips, it deserves a little TLC, and that's when you call the pros at M&M Garage Doors, located right here in Michigan since 2011. They're offering a complete care tune-up for just $59. A simple tune-up will help extend the life of your garage door and catch small problems before they become expensive ones. And you don't think about your garage door, how much it'll cost until it's not working, right? Well, you can put off anything going wrong for a long time and keep the price down with a $59 complete care tune-up. Call 844-ONLY-DOOR or visit GarageDoorRightNow.com. M&M Garage Doors. Open your door to exceptional license. 210-220-6147.
So Cruel Summer is played in the movie Karate Kid, and it's apparently in the early montage scene when he arrives in Reseda.
Really?
Yeah, and it highlights his isolation, awkward adjustment to a new school, and failed soccer tryouts.
Okay.
So remember, he gets in a fight in the soccer tryouts.
Yeah, Daniel got in a lot of fights.
He did.
Yep.
He did, and then Miyagi took him under his wing, and
things got way better.
Yeah.
Let's go to Ryan in Clarkston. You're on 97.1. Hello, Ryan.
Got a car out of it.
What's going on, guys?
Hey.
So my son started playing football when he was 7 years old. I was new to football. I played hockey my whole life. And so the whole hitting that early, I was a little bit nervous at first about it. But then once I've been 5 years into this thing now, I feel like every kid should start hitting when they're 7 years old because they weigh 40 pounds.
Ryan?
So now you get those mistakes made when you really can't even hurt anybody.
We
As
lost you.
opposed
We
to
lost you
now,
for
my
about
son-
5 seconds. After you said they weigh 40 pounds, what did you say after that?
It's really hard to hurt somebody when you weigh 40 pounds running around like a bobblehead.
Because you're not
As opposed-
bigger, stronger, faster. You're all small and slow.
Exactly. So now you get to learn the form when you're little. So now my son's going into 7th grade next year, and he has kids that have never played football before that are some pretty big boys, and they're going to have their first day of practice. And what do you think those kids are going to try to do? They've never done this before. They're going to try to kill kids, right? They're going to be out there trying to, I'm going to hit my buddy so hard. And then there's going to be probably injuries because they've never done this before, and now they're big enough to hurt each other.
I think
So you gotta
that
get
there's some truth of saying that learning at a young age is important, but what you have just brought up is the exact same thing that is irrelevant. If everyone starts at the same time, nobody's behind.
Correct. But you would have less people. There's kind of a stigma. When you say, hey, my kid plays tackle football at 7, they go, oh, my God, what's wrong with you? Like, are you even a good parent? And I'm like, listen, I've never seen a concussion in 5 years of youth football. I see a bunch of ankle injuries. But
Yeah, I mean, your point is you're allowed to do it, and people do it, but if everyone has the same start time. Look, I saw something on Twitch from None Special Here Now. No One Special Here Now. This will never happen below the Mason-Dixon line. It's kind of and that's where Warren Sapp played his career. But let's move on. Gator Powerball is up to $856 million. The drawing is Saturday. You buy tickets. We always like to ask you, would you buy things? King, are you going to buy tickets for this one?
I don't know. It's Saturday, right? The drawing? All right,
Yep.
I got time. I'm going to
You
try.
got time?
I'm going to try.
So you guys are allowed to dream. I do not dream because I do not buy tickets, so I'm not allowed to play along. Are you ready for another edition of Would You Buy?
I am. I'm going to use some of Rieger's money to buy some tickets.
Okay, good. Oh, because he gave you money.
He didn't give me. Well, I mean,
Oh,
he
you
gave it
won
to
it.
me. He
You
made a
won it.
foolish
You won
bet.
it from him. Yeah, no, it's a good point. Gator, $856 million. If you win it, would you buy a small radio station?
No, I would not. I would not.
The only thing that tempts me, that I think would tempt you, is the idea that you can program it however you want. It would be like Gator Radio. You could play whatever you wanted 24/7. Now
Yep.
you're smiling.
Well, I am, because I think back to when I was in high school and I first got into radio and I had radio programs, and I created my own show, Metal Mayhem, which I played heavy metal music for I think it was a 2-hour shift once a week. And I loved it.
See, now that could be reality.
Could be 24 hours of Metal Mayhem.
Yep. You make every DJ wear cleats into the studio.
But you wouldn't do it.
No, I don't think so.
Kang, would you?
No need to. Just listen to whatever I want on my own
That's right.
apps. Don't need a radio station for that.
All right.
Make a playlist in Spotify.
Oh, can you, Gator?
You can do that.
Which Gator did for the first time. Next up, would you hire an elite landscaper to create something elaborate on your property?
100% yes. Yeah, I thought about this. My backyard, if I won the lottery, would be an oasis, an absolute oasis. I mean, just looking at the landscape. Forget about the pool, right?
Mm-hmm.
The landscaping that I would have done would be absolutely fantastic. It would be meandering. There would be paths around it. It would be so colorful and well maintained. Like, I would have to have landscapers there like 2 to 3 times a week just to make sure that the weeds are gone and everything looks perfect. Absolutely.
All the edges on the hedges are perfectly 90 degrees.
100%. I've thought about this. I love the idea of having that. It's just like your own little personal, beautiful oasis.
Would those landscapers come only when there's like a live remote happening during their show at all times?
Right. Somebody would have to be broadcasting next door, and we get the
and then the landscapers come.
Yes,
that's right.
Exactly.
Yes. Start edging and mowing.
Yeah,
as happens. Kang, would you?
I would. I think first of all, landscaping is. If you've ever looked into it, my God, it's expensive.
It can get really expensive.
It can get crazy expensive. But if you win the lotto, like the Powerball, that's not of a big an issue anymore. I would, because I understand why people do it. But do you ever see those privacy in the backyard where everyone just has arborvitae, like
something different?
It looks like a prison almost. You know what I mean? Or like some kind of senior home. No, you got to throw in a blue spruce here or there, right? You got to mix it up.
Japanese maples
exactly.
here.
Make it look nice. So I would, Doug.
Those big giant rocks that you can form, make those massive rock walls.
It would be incredible. Absolutely incredible. And it'd be fun to work with somebody who knows what they're doing to design it the right way.
Would you have them take a big boxwood and sculpt your face or something like that?
No, I wouldn't do that.
Oh, come on.
I'm not into that stuff.
Gold statue of yourself? Are you that douchey?
I am not. No, I'm definitely not that douchey. Nobody would be that douchey.
No.
Nobody would be that.
Next up.
Yeah.
Would you hire a major artist for a private show? Like pony up a mill to have a major band come in and play Gator Palooza and you play with them?
Yeah. I can see that happening. Maybe it doesn't even have to be a major. I mean, I've thought about this too. Like there are artists that I like that are big but not huge by any means, but play modest size events. And yeah, I would absolutely do that. Or I'd try to find a way to find a band that I really like and then see if I can get my buddies to play with them, because it gives them that opportunity. That's what I don't need to play
like
with
who?
them.
Can you give us an example of what band?
I would love to, it's probably too late in his career now. Everybody knows I'm a big Bad Company fan of Paul Rodgers, the lead singer. I'd love to have Paul Rodgers come out, and then I would hire my friends to play and be his backup band, because they know all the songs that Paul Rodgers does, and that'd be awesome to watch. It'd be just a fun time. Absolutely.
Can you?
For me, not me personally, but I'd do it for my wife. The problem is the artist would cost way too much money. It'd be like Mariah Carey for my wife. It was a huge Mariah Carey fan.
But she could do a show for $2 million. I bet she would.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what I would do.
You got $856 million. Actually, after the payout, you probably got closer to 400. But all right, we're out of time for the last one. But good luck, guys. Hope you win. Dan Campbell, how good is our guy? Is Detroit still in love with the head coach of the Detroit Lions? Interesting ranking we will get to next here on Carson Anderson on 97.1.
Brought to you by Michigan Lottery. New this hour, according to NFL insider Jordan Schultz, quote, the Lions and star running back Jahmyr Gibbs have made substantial progress on a 3-year contract extension that will make him the NFL's highest paid running back. The hope is to get a deal done as early as today, and Gibbs will then return to practice, unquote. Gibbs was in full pads at practice for the first time today, but he only participated in a few walkthroughs, and that was about it. In the NFL today, the Colts agreed to a deal with Jonathan Taylor to pay him $22 million per year over the next 2 seasons, shifting the all-time running back focus, or shifting the running back focus to the Lions and Gibbs. Elsewhere in the league today, the Panthers and Cardinals are getting ready for tonight's Hall of Fame game in Canton. Kickoff is at 8 o'clock. And the Tigers have announced their weekend pitching plans for the upcoming series against the Giants. Jackson Jobe will make his return to the rotation on Saturday. It will be his first start since May 28th of last year, after which he had Tommy John surgery and was sidelined for 14 months. Friday will be Cater Montero. Sunday will be Troy Melton. Tonight will be Framber Valdez as the Tigers look to take the series against the Mariners. First pitch is at 4:10, pregame at 3:45 here on 97.1. In other MLB news, there's an injury update on Yankees star Aaron Judge. The outfielder spoke to reporters this morning and confirmed that he will be back this season. Brian Hoke of MLB.com reports that Judge underwent more scans and has been approved for light activity. At the Cornwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, Carson Anderson here on 97.1. 248-539-9797. As always, open lines. That's what we do.
I'd like to compliment you today, Doug.
On?
The shirt-hat combo today.
You like this?
I do. You got the hat that says tacos and cervezas.
Yep.
So tacos and beer. Who doesn't like tacos and beer?
Yep.
And then you're donning a Montana Grizz football T-shirt. And I think that's a good looking shirt. I like it.
It's the old school face mask. Yeah, I like this shirt a lot too.
Good combo.
Yeah.
Good
We're
combo.
getting into football season. I'll start wearing more football gear.
It looks like that hat. Spent some time with Lois.
This hat is it comes relict. You can buy them this way, or you can beat them up yourself. And this one, I'm ashamed to say I didn't beat it up myself. I bought it this way.
Hey, there's no shame in that. That's okay.
But thank you. I'm appreciate that. Your shirt yesterday. The guitar one was Abe Lincoln playing.
Oh, okay, yeah. Abe
Where-
Lincoln rocking the Stratocaster.
Yeah, where did you get that? People asked on Twitch, and I forgot to ask.
Something on Facebook came up, and I followed the link, and there's some company, I forget what the name of the company is, but they have hundreds of different kinds. So I have several like that.
Yeah, gotcha.
Okay, Abe Lincoln. That's where I've got the Godzilla playing an acoustic. I think there's a bear playing a bass. And then I have an alligator playing an electric guitar as well.
That's my favorite one. Is the alligator supposed to be Jimi Hendrix? Like the way
kind of like, it's more Jimi Hendrix than, say, Prince, because it's wearing like a frilly thing.
Yeah.
It's a crocodile, technically not an alligator, but it's okay. Nobody really knows the difference, so it works. It's where the eyes are set. But
it's not Prince, not game.
It's not Prince.
Game blouses. No.
I don't think it's the blouse. What a great skit. Just thinking about that makes me laugh. The Charlie Murphy tells stories,
On the,
Prince
old
stories
Chappelle
on the old
show.
Chappelle show.
Yeah.
Good God. And the late Charlie Murphy was hysterical doing that stuff.
Some of the better answers that have come in here regarding the would you buy if you won the lottery and our questions. I've lost it now, but somebody on Twitch asked, has Doug priced out Celine Dion yet?
That's fair to ask.
And Scott writes in, I'd hire Bananarama for my draft day party. Oh, so funny. Is there a Ford Field song? Like there are a lot of stadiums play.
They
do
like
Mr. Brightside at the Big House and Sweet Caroline at Red Sox games.
I don't know. They used to do competitions, like they'd have vote on which one of these 4 songs, and I feel like
Make a Bananarama.
Africa by Toto was always the winner.
Yeah. All right, it's time for another game of Cliffhanger. A major website that covers the NFL had their, I think it's 11 writers, rank the head coaches in the NFL, the top 10. Where do you think Dan Campbell belongs on a list of head coaches in the NFL. What I'm going to do is I'm going to read from 1 to 10. You tell me to stop when you think we've gotten to where Campbell belongs to be. Are you ready?
I am.
Kang, are you ready?
I am.
All right.
I just so you know how I prepared for this. I have names of coaches in front of me, and I'm ready to cross them off when they happen.
That's what I would have expected. At number 1, they have ranked Sean McVay.
He's number 1?
He's number 1.
Huh, interesting. All right.
I knew you wouldn't like that.
Well, I mean, I'm not saying he shouldn't be on the top 10. It's just, I mean, Andy Reid is out there, and you're going to put Sean McVay ahead of Andy Reid?
Number 2, Mike McDonald of the Seahawks.
Okay. He's also on my list.
A little recency bias here, right? I mean, I get it. He won the Super Bowl.
Yeah, and I think he's a really good coach, but
already anointing.
Ahead of Andy Reid?
Again, yell stop when you think we get to where Dan Campbell deserves to be, because we are now at number 3.
Mm-hmm.
Kyle Shanahan.
Again, on my list.
Has he won a Super Bowl? He hasn't, right?
No.
Wow. See?
No, he has not.
Comes in at 3 ahead of other coaches. Like you mentioned, Andy Reid.
Andy Reid has won, 4 Super Bowls? And
Shanahan has blown 2 second-half Super Bowl leads.
Yeah, but he's been
He
there.
hasn't done it. His team did.
But he's been there, yeah.
That brings us to 4. Nobody said stop, so Andy Reid of the Chiefs.
Go. About time. He should be number 1. But, okay, yeah. Okay, so now we're at 5. I'm not calling stop. Can you call
stop?
No,
I am not calling stop yet.
I still have names here.
Where does Dan Campbell belong on this list? Number 5, Sean Payton of the Broncos.
Yeah,
I can see. Yep,
he's on my list.
Yep. That's a Dan Campbell's mentor. So the mentor's got to be ahead of him, right?
I mean, I still have more ahead, but I mean,
well, I know that's just one of them.
Yeah.
McVay is 1. McDonald is 2. Kyle Shanahan is 3. Andy Reid is 4. And Sean Payton is 5. Nobody said stop. So 6, Ben Johnson of the Bears.
Oh, come on. That's crap. That's absolute crap.
Oh, I'm just going to burn
What the hell has he done yet? What has he done yet?
He won the division. Won a playoff game.
Well, as a coach, his career, his record is 11-6. Actually, technically 11-7. Right?
About to change. Okay, whatever.
12-7.
That's 6, you said?
Yep.
Wow.
Still no stops.
I mean, no, I'm not stopping.
I think I got a couple head coaches.
I got a guy who's won
a
couple Super Bowls here. Just
wait.
Yeah.
Okay.
At 7, Jim Harbaugh, the Chargers.
I'm sorry, you say Jim Harbaugh? Not his brother who literally beat him in a Super Bowl. Not him. We're going to go with Jim Harbaugh.
Yep. This is a panel. They voted for the top 10.
Did I miss where the Chargers have done something great? Have I missed that?
Well, maybe it does. I don't know if it's. Well, they made the playoffs last year, and the Giants
but they
are
made
terrible.
the playoffs before Harbaugh got there.
I know, but I'm wondering if John got graded down because the Giants suck. I don't know how much their current team has to do with this poll.
It shouldn't have anything to do with it.
I don't know.
Just talking about who the better coach is.
That's what I was doing.
At number 8, Mike Vrabel of the Patriots.
I don't even have. I forgot about Vrabel. I didn't even put him on my list.
I have Vrabel.
He should be on the list. Yeah, I agree, and I totally forgot him. So, this is a stunning development, and not. Then again, maybe not really.
At number 9, DeMeco Ryans of the Texans.
What?
Ooh, I did not have DeMeco Ryans.
I did not have DeMeco Ryans on my bingo card.
He appeared on every ballot, joining. Well, I won't read all the rest.
It's because I think people feel like he's done a lot with less. You know, like the offense last year was terrible. The defense was great. That's what he's good at.
Yeah, but a couple years ago, he had a great offense. It's like.
Well, I'm going to stop you because I think Dan Campbell's 10.
I'm not stopping you because I mean, there's still Nick Sirianni isn't on this list yet.
I know, but this list is wild,
John
man.
Harbaugh is on this list
There's a lot. There's Kevin O'Connell. There's,
I've got Pete Carroll on my list.
Pete Carroll's not even in the league.
Not coaching.
Oh, that's right. He's not coaching anymore. Well, I thought he was coaching. Who's coaching?
He does
Raiders?
play-by-play for the Tigers.
My bad. Who's doing it? Why did I have Pete Carroll on the list?
At number 10, are you?
No, I'm not stopping because Sirianni should be ahead of him.
At number 10, Matt LaFleur of the
Okay,
Packers.
so I'm wrong.
Yep.
What? Matt LaFleur of the Packers.
Yep.
Why? Why?
Well, I can read what they wrote. If
Yeah,
you want
go
me to.
ahead, read
On
it.
one
Yeah,
hand, Matt
please.
LaFleur's resume includes a terrific .654 win percentage, the resurgence of Aaron Rodgers, and just one losing season. On the other hand, LaFleur is just 3-6 in the postseason, lost 5 of his last 6 playoff games. Much like his current quarterback, Jordan Love, it feels like his team is always scratching the surface of breaking into the upper crust, but never quite getting there. Is a breakthrough coming?
So we're really hoping he's going to come through one of these days and do something, but that's...
So that is the top 10. There are others receiving votes in order through 15. Do you think Dan Campbell's anywhere there?
Yes, he should be.
But you don't think he's next because you have Sirianni. Still, right?
I don't know how Sirianni avoids making the top 10 based on what the Eagles have done since he took over.
Well, I had Campbell at 10. I was wrong.
Okay. Gator, do you care to guess where he is on 11, 12, 13, 14, 15?
I'll say he is 13.
He's 11. He was next. He had 9 points. His highest rank was 7. He didn't show up in a lot of people's top 10. Followed by John Harbaugh, Kevin O'Connell, Mike McCarthy, and Liam Cohen. No votes for Nick Sirianni.
So Sirianni, who was 59-26 as the Eagles head coach, winning the Super Bowl just a couple of years ago, made the playoffs every year, lost a Super Bowl and won a Super Bowl. He's not on the list.
Nope. It is.
But I just want to make sure we understand this.
Yeah.
DeMeco Ryans is.
Yeah. Yep.
Along with a couple of names.
Ben Johnson.
Ben Johnson.
1 year.
Ben Johnson is on the list.
CBS, this is how they worded it. As the season rapidly approaches, CBS's NFL experts rank the top 10 NFL head coaches leading teams into battle this year. Each voter ranked their top 10 head coaches, and each spot was assigned a point value. 10 points for first place, 9 for second, and so on. 1 point for 10th place.
Who are the experts that did this?
It doesn't say. It just says there are 10
That's
experts.
convenient.
I can look it up. I can see if I can find it. But
no, just make fun of it.
Does Detroit still love Dan Campbell? There was no question that Detroit loved Dan Campbell. We're going into year 6. Do you still approve of the job the head coach of the Lions is doing? We want to know. 248-539-9797. And if you have any comments on this top 10 coaches list, be intrigued. It is Carson Anderson here on 97.1. So I can't find anywhere on CBS Sports' webpage who the 10 experts are. But, it's an interesting list because it was voted on. It was voted on. You had to vote for the top 10 coaches. And if the others receiving votes includes everyone who received votes, Nick Sirianni didn't get one vote.
I don't understand how that works. The guy won a Super Bowl 2 years ago.
Yeah.
He's been in the playoffs every year as the head coach of the Eagles. He's also coached a team that lost in the Super Bowl.
I know why. I mean,
he's just a jerk.
No, I mean, it's smarm. There's nobody's more smarmy than Nick Sirianni.
Or they think he's born on third base because it's a great roster they have.
Maybe.
Or whatever.
I'm surprised not on the list. I'm a little surprised.
But Ben Johnson's on the list. Though,
Ben
right?
Johnson's on the list.
Well, that's
on
good.
your top,
Great.
would Campbell be on your top 10? Because you never said stop because you were like,
Right.
he's got to be behind Sirianni and John Harbaugh.
He would have been close to 10, maybe 11.
Yeah.
Now that does, but understand this. I think there's a lot of good head coaches in the NFL. That's really what it tells me. And yes, every year you're going to find, 4 to 6 or whatever the number is of coaches being fired. Dan Campbell's not on that list. He doesn't need to be. He's, I think this is a big year for Dan Campbell and big year for the Detroit Lions. It's a proof of concept that we're doing the right thing. We're back in the playoffs. Let's do some damage. And they're really going to have to show that they can coach things up because it looks like they've got a troublesome secondary, but he was, spoke pretty glowingly about what he's got in the secondary.
In the meantime, a little bit of breaking news here. The Vita Vea, remember he demanded a trade? Bucks beat writer for the Tampa Bay Times, Rick Stroud, just tweeted out a quote from Bucks GM Jason Licht, who said, quote, "I have no plans of trading Vita." So he can demand a trade, but that doesn't mean he is going to get traded.
Correct.
And we were talking when that story broke. We talked about how would it impact us, but we did ask also our audience: do you still approve of the job that Dan Campbell is doing? Pedro in Memphis, Michigan says, "Do we approve of Dan Campbell? F yeah." Okay. Tom in Flat Rock: Sirianni leads all active coaches with 684 winning percentage. I don't like the guy, but to not be in the top 15 is criminal. From an unnamed texter: why should Campbell be ahead of any in the top 10? I like Dan, but 2 good seasons and now back to regression shows clearly why he's not in the top 10. I don't think any of us even really made that much of an argument for it. Kang, you did stop it at 10.
Yeah, I think he's a top 10 coach, going into it. That's why I didn't even think about, who was already taken on the list and who's still left over. I just figured that's where he would be, right at the 10 mark. That's why I stopped you there.
It's funny that Michael in Madison Heights says, I like how Gator's surprised at how low Dan Campbell is, but forgets they finished last in the division and hasn't won anything of significance so far.
I didn't forget they finished last in the division, but it's not like they were 4-13. I mean, they were 9-8 and finished last.
Gators.
And yeah, I do. I'm painfully aware of the Lions' arc under Dan Campbell.
You're more surprised that he's behind 1-year Ben Johnson and DeMeco Ryans, and you're more surprised that Nick Sirianni didn't get a vote.
Yeah, I'm not saying he.
And you went with Campbell. You didn't even have Campbell in the top 10 when it was all said and done.
No.
Although you were surprised some of the guys he was.
Yeah, I mean, I like I said, I probably would have had him. I mean, after you listed all these other names that are ahead of him, I went with 13, but I probably would have had him at like 11.
Do you still approve of Dan Campbell?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I do. But I do think, like I said, this is going to be an interesting season because the schedule on paper looks favorable. I think that there are some challenges ahead. How long will it take for the offensive line to really take shape and be the offensive line we think they can be? I mean, I don't expect it from week 1, but by week 6, I'm hoping this thing is really humming along. But it's the secondary I have major questions about, specifically the safety position. How healthy are these guys going to be? When are they going to be able to play? And if you're going to have to play, is there going to be a setback with Kirby Joseph early or not? It's just for him, it's dealing with pain and when he's going to be able to play. I don't know. Brian Branch coming back from an Achilles. I mean, it takes a while, man. It takes a long time to come back from an Achilles. Their corners, knocking on wood that they can stay healthy. They can stay healthy. That's going to help a lot because that'll help make up for maybe some of the shortcomings you have in the safety position. But there's lots of things I like. I like the offensive weapons they have. I think the quarterback is, a top 6 quarterback in the league. I think the front 7 on defense is awfully good. I think Hutchinson is poised for a monster year. I think there's some calmness with Wanham and others on the other side. And then I think Lee McNeil, if he stays healthy, is going to be a force again like he was a few years ago.
So, look, I tend to have gotten to a point where, barring you do it for 12, 13 years, if you are in the mix to win a championship, I think you're doing a good job. If you can keep your team with in striking distance of a title, because it's really, really hard to get over the top, eventually you can reach a breaking point. I very much approve of the job Dan Campbell is doing and will be in that camp. If they take a step back this year, then I'll be growing concerned. I'll be growing concerned about him and Brad Holmes for that matter. Because this year with this team and this schedule, they're not perfect, but I think they're one of 10 to 12 teams that can win the Super Bowl. I think if you are in the championship mix and you stay there, where it's not a pipe dream, you don't need 55 things to go your way to win it all. And I don't think this Lion team needs 55 things. They've got a few question marks that if they get answered to the positive, they'll be in really good shape. But the bottom line is this is a team that I think they got enough to win it all this year. There's a chance to upgrade perhaps at the trade deadline, which, I know is met with great cynicism by Detroit fans, and a Detroit team will never do that. I think if the right trade comes along, they absolutely will. There's not a Rasheed Wallace trade every year right there ready to push you over the top. There's not a Mark Aguirre trade right there every year to think of 2 Piston trade deadline trades that worked out perfectly. But if that opportunity pops up, I think our guys will pull the trigger. But at the end of the day, I approve of the job he's doing. Step back this year, I'll start to question. There's no way they should take a step back this year.
I think that, if things go really well injury-wise, sky's the limit for this team. And I think you're right. If you get to the trade deadline, if this team, I don't know when the trade deadline is, let's say that they have a 9-2 record at the trade deadline, something like that. I think the better the record, the more likely they are to take a chance. And maybe we're going to see an FM picks move to put them over the top, to really show it, as opposed to, we have a hole we need to fill here. We have a hole there. The team is like 7-4 at that time. No, I think the better the record, the more likely it is you put gas on that fire. Let's go.
Yeah. Kang, you approve, right, of Dan Campbell at this point?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we haven't gotten to the ultimate promised land, and there has been some regression, but overall, he is a net positive for this team. And obviously, he doesn't get an unlimited runway or anything like that, but I'm nowhere close being done with Dan Campbell at all. That's ridiculous.
Well, feedback here. Big Pank 65 on Twitch says Campbell checks a lot of intangibles boxes. I would agree that that's true. Players love playing for him. One thing I haven't felt, though, is I want to see a star player sign in Detroit and says, I'm here because of Dan Campbell. Like a big-time player. You know what I mean? Have we had that yet? A star?
I don't know if we've had the star players on this team saying that they love Dan Campbell.
Yep.
But as far as somebody from the outside that says, I want to be here for that, I don't know.
We don't have players requesting trades.
No, but I think that Devin White signed with the Lions for a reason.
Yeah. All right. Speaking of which, Dan Campbell and Brad Holmes on SiriusXM yesterday. Hear the best of what they had to say, including a player that got kind of called out and has responded. That's straight ahead on Carson Anderson on 97.1.
So Doug had to take off early. We knew this ahead of time. There's no emergency on the show here.
What, too much kale?
Yeah, too much kale. He had a bale of kale, and now he's got a bale.
He's prepping himself for that up north camping trip?
Yeah, well, whatever you got to do. But I saw this come across the timeline on Twitter, and I have to address this because this is just too funny not to. So Purdue is introducing their new athletic director, Tommy McClelland. They hired him yesterday. I'm not sure if this is from today. I mean, it's listed as today during a press conference today. And as he's talking and trying to win over all the Boilermaker faithful as being their new leader in the athletic department, here's a quote from him. And understand that Purdue has a fierce rivalry in state with Indiana. It's one of these trophy games they play for the old Oaken bucket, the whole thing. I've been hearing about this since I was a kid because my dad went to Purdue. My uncle went to Indiana. My other uncle went to Purdue. So I've known about this forever. But this is a quote that the new athletic director, Tommy McClelland, says at his introductory press conference. "We are here to win championships. If you don't want to win championships, go to Indiana."
You mean the team that just won a championship?
I mean, what? Did you just say that? Did you seriously just say that?
Is this a parody account? There's no way you said that.
This is from On3, which does all the college sports. What? When the first comments on this is, does he know?
Did they just hire Derek Zoolander as their
There's somebody puts up a comparison of national championships between Indiana and Purdue over the years, and Indiana has 25 plus, Purdue has 3. Indiana's won championships in basketball, men's soccer, men's swimming, and football. Purdue's won national championships in women's basketball, golf, and women's golf. Those are the 3. Like, what? If you're going to say something, inspiring to rile up the fan base about Indiana, I mean, don't come up with something like that when they literally just won the national championship.
This might have Doug changing his allegiance from Purdue.
It might.
Right? This is so ridiculous. He loves Purdue, Doug.
Yeah, but he's already going to love Indiana, as you know.
Yeah, I know.
So
does he? Well, he has to switch now.
He's
from Purdue to Indiana.
Exactly.
For multiple reasons.
Multiple reasons, yes, and that is clearly one. Anyway, I thought that was just too good to pass up. I had to mention that. Coming out of what we talked about with the Lions there. We are still waiting to see, and as I'm checking updating the timeline again, still has not been announced that Jahmyr Gibbs has signed his extension with the Lions. It's expected to. It's been reported that he will sign an extension today that will make him the highest paid running back in the National Football League. Right now, that honor goes to Bijan Robinson from the Atlanta Falcons, who signed his deal, I think it was on Monday, for 3 years, worth up to $75 million. But as it stands right now, it's an average salary of $22.25. Jonathan Taylor just signed a 2-year extension with Indianapolis that will pay him $22 million a year. And Ken, you and I have gone back and forth on this a little bit about Gibbs' worth when it comes to this. I think right there, it is. If he had gotten less, it wouldn't surprise me at all, because you can make an argument that Bijan has done a little bit more in the 3 years, but you can also make the argument that Jahmyr has been more valuable because of the touchdown factor, and I think that's a major factor. So, I mean, if I had to side on one way or the other, I would say that Gibbs deserves more, but you've been more vocal about it.
Yeah, I just think it was the waiting game, and it's all about timing with these contracts. And the fact that Gibbs is getting his contract after Bijan lets it, in my eyes, is he's going to get more than Robinson. And I would have felt the exact same way had it been the opposite. Had Gibbs gotten his deal done before Robinson would top that. Because if you just look at the stats and numbers, they're very, very similar. And I think that but the problem is when you go into a contract negotiation, you're not looking for quote unquote necessarily fair. You're looking for the best for your side of the contract, your side of the table. And so from Gibbs' side and his agents, and I'm sure his representation is, we're the best. We have the best running back in the league. He's incredibly young. The offense is built around him. Who cares what anybody else did with their running back? how much do you want this guy on your team for the next 3 to 4 years and beyond, right? And so I think the Lions know this. They know, they've mentioned publicly he's going to be the bell cow. They got rid of David Montgomery. They've saved money elsewhere to kind of leading up to this situation. And they know that as much as Goff is important, of course, ASB, JMO, Laporta, the line, Jahmyr Gibbs, man, if they don't have much behind him, and he is what the offense is built around right now moving forward, so they're going to pay him. And I would be floored and shocked if he wasn't the highest paid running back before the end of the week. Yeah, and he will be, and I suspect it'll happen any minute now that they make the full announcement. All the reporting seems to indicate it's going to happen today, which it should. Spot Track had this right before we went on the air early this morning. They follow closely everybody's contract in all the sports, but what they put out 4 hours ago, it said with new deals for Bijan Robinson, $22.25 million, and Jonathan Taylor at $22 million on the books, the focus now turns solely to Lions running back Jahmyr Gibbs. The 24-year-old now projects towards, and they do projections, a 3-year, $68.5 million extension according to our model. So if you break that down, that's between $22.5 and $23 million a year, which would technically make him the highest paid running back in the National Football League. Now, a lot of this could be just different ways you look at it. Is it going to be more annual per value there per year? Is it going to be more with guaranteed money? It could be more in both counts. I mean, frankly, it's a 3-year contract. You expect him to live up to a 3-year deal because he's 24 years old. Now, if he gets hurt, I guess he gets hurt, and then this is why you don't guarantee the entire contract. You're going to try to protect against that. But I would imagine that the Lions are going to give him somewhere around probably the first 2 years completely guaranteed, which would put that around, $45 million, $46 million, somewhere in that range. And overall, it probably comes in around $70 million before you get into incentives. And are they going to put incentives in there that'll be on par with Bijan Robinson? And you look at the two running backs, and Bijan Robinson has carried the ball 805 times in his career. And Jahmyr Gibbs has carried it 675 times. Gibbs has 181 receptions, and Bijan has 198 receptions. So from a workhorse standpoint, Bijan has carried a heavier load. What I mentioned earlier, it's the touchdowns. Jahmyr Gibbs has 49 total touchdowns in his career between rushing and receiving, whereas Bijan Robinson has 34. You're talking about 15 touchdowns difference in only 3 years. Pay the man his money, as Teddy KGB used to say, and I imagine they will. You don't have to get all angry about it like Stephen A. Smith got angry about it. And what the hell are the Lions doing? They're doing the right thing. They're just waiting things out, and they'll get it hammered out today. And when all is said and done, he is likely to be the highest paid running back in the National Football League, and then he can finally practice for real instead of just kind of cosplaying it out there today, suiting up in a uniform, doing some high knee running on the sidelines, and then walking back to the garage after practice. But we'll see. I imagine that this news will break, I'm going to guess, in the next couple of hours. Stoney joins us today. You're in for Mike Valeni again. You're in with Rico today. I mean, it's just a waiting game at this point, right?
It's going to happen. He's going to be the highest paid running back in the NFL, and people go, oh, my God, Jahmyr Gibbs. And then, a year later, somebody else will, just like when Stafford was the highest paid athlete in the world when he was here for a little bit.
As the quarterback. Right.
Yeah.
And then gets passed over by everybody because it's all about timing. Now,
exactly.
We'll see because, the next class of running backs, is it as good as this class was? This was a really good class with these two at the top of it. I mean, they were both first-round picks, both top 15 picks, and they both lived up to their billing for sure. So I like this. Rico, you think it's going to happen next couple hours? Or do you think it takes till tomorrow to get this done?
No, I think it'll happen probably by the end of the day, and then he'll show up tomorrow for practice. But, yeah, if he's putting on if he's dressing – that tells me he's close.
It'll break just when we say, we'll see you later. It's time for Tiger baseball.
Right.
Then it'll break.
Kind of like AJ's last trade always happens at 6 o'clock, no matter what.
So we've always joked that we'll hear the breaking news around 2:00, because we always think that happens then too.
Right.
But the reality is, who knows when these things happen? But I
think
I
it's
do
close.
expect it'll happen this afternoon during your show.
I think it's close. I think the last, with Jonathan Taylor going ahead and saying that he's now locked up. Now the Lions just have to get creative. Is he going to be the most paid, highest AAV? Like, what's he going to be the best at? The biggest signing bonus? You got to do something to massage his ego.
Yeah, and I would imagine it's the average per year, because you can go up that incrementally. I mean, it's 22.25 is Bijan's number. Give him 23.
Right. Well,
You
but
know,
right now
3
is
years is $70 million contract.
Yeah, we'll give you a giant contract, but kid, you'll probably never see the end of this contract. But it'll look good on paper right
Well,
now.
it's only 3 years.
Right, but I'm saying you don't lock yourself in, but you got a contract with a ridiculous number.
And when you throw a high number at it, that means you can restructure down the road.
Correct.
To get other guys signed on. What's coming up in your show today?
Well, we're going to start, you can call second guessing maybe, and nitpick AJ Hinch a little bit.
Oh, regarding the pitching decisions last night and when to
Yes.
pull a guy out.
Yes.
When to,
there you go.
Yeah.
Well, and you got the new rules in baseball that force you to do some things that maybe you don't want to do when you have to pitch a certain number of
right
to batters and all that. Yeah, it was a disappointing finish last night. Drew Anderson looked good.
Yeah.
That was good. He limited how many pitches he can throw just yet. They're going to ramp him up, but we shall see. It's been fun watching him play the last couple of games. Max Clark will do that to you.
I know. They're fun to watch.
We will look forward to hearing all the news coming up next. Stay safe. Treat each other with respect. 97.1.
Brought to you by Northville Lumber. NFL insider Jordan Schultz tweeted the following earlier, quote, "The Lions and star running back Jahmyr Gibbs have made substantial progress on a 3-year contract extension that'll make him the NFL's highest paid running back. The hope is to get a deal done as early as today, and Gibbs will then return to practice," end quote. Gibbs was in uniform today for the first time, going through some reps in the walkthrough and then working with trainers on the side. Linebacker Jeff Campbell was active. He was happy to see him out there. Gibbs running mate Isaiah Pacheco didn't practice today for an undisclosed reason. Colts running back Jonathan Taylor agreed to a 2-year, $44 million deal himself, making him the third largest running back contract in history. The Tigers look to take the series for the 11th time since June 1st in Game 3 against the Mariners. They send Framber Valdez to the mound, who's probably been the most hot and cold pitcher for Detroit this season. He's coming off a 7-inning, 2-run performance against the A's. Seattle will throw Bryce Miller, who has a 2.80 ERA. Hear the game right here on 97.1, coming up just after 4. The Tigers have officially set up the rotation for the Giants series, headlined by Game 2 Saturday, with Jackson Jobe making his return. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Thank you very much, Jeremy Otto, with Corbin and Jake. It is the Valenti Show with Rico Stoney here in for Mike Valenti. Rico, what's up, buddy?
What's going on, Stoney?
Oh, it's going to be, as they say, as the late Rush Limbaugh used to say, it's going to be an hour and a half of broadcasting excellence.
You're really leaning into this. I like that.
Yeah, because that's something I've never experienced before. I mean, all those years working in the mornings, Jamie and I used to sit there. Maybe one year the Wings will play like in Sweden, and it'll start at like 8 in the morning. Or we'll get the rights and Jimmy will let us broadcast the Winter Olympics or something.
I gotcha.
But that never happened. And then a few times subbing in on Carson Anderson, I got a little bit early. But this is an hour and a half on this show. Wow. It's pretty impressive.
I think I actually prefer the game later because I know there's the hard out rather than you don't know when the game is going to end. So
yeah,
you can't really do too much because all of a sudden it normally was a school start, which means that in the 5th inning, it's 2:00 and we're already in the 5th inning. Like, really?
Yeah.
Really can't.
The last Scribble start didn't work that way for you guys, right?
Well, it actually worked out, but it was the longest that we had ever gone. We only had like a 40-minute show, but we were still here.
Oh, I mean, you were happy, but I mean, yes, it was.
Whereas here, it's not going to, we have to worry about rain, so.
Exactly.
We're good.
We're good.
So, yeah.
It's a beautiful thing.
Anything happens, Corbin, you're going to be your show filling in.
That's
and we will talk about how Akron will start the season off with the safety.
By the way, the coach of Akron, Joe Moorhead, was on the Pat McAfee show today, along with our buddy TJ Lang. TJ, yeah.
Squeeze his big head on camera.
He was talking wood, and that's all I'll say. Anyway.
After what we just saw, I'm just going to leave that alone.
Yes. Yeah, we'll tell people what they should do. If you have time today, hide the kids, but Google search or Twitter search or whatever, QVC.
That's it. And it'll be probably the first video that pops up.
Yes, that's all we got to say. QVC.
May not want to play it loud at work.
Correct, yes. Have your headphones or your AirPods on.
Or turn it down some, but yes. About 10 seconds in.
Exactly,
yeah.
Yes. So what did you do to start your day today?
What did I do?
Yeah.
Oh, jeez. Honestly, days like today, I ended up doing more stuff outside the studio. Mm-hmm. So met with a bunch of people already this morning. So it has been quite a day that when I got to see you and Corbin, I could just sit there, relax, and just talk some sports. And you know what? I did wake up and I saw the whole news of what happened with Jonathan Taylor.
Yeah.
And then it's like, okay, because it was breaking news. And I was like, okay, Gibbs? Mm-hmm. No. But it leads you to believe that this thing's almost done.
Yes, I had a doctor's appointment, and then I had time to kill. So my first meal is usually around noon. I'm not a breakfast person during the week. During the weekends, it's a different story. So I went to some place and I said, what's better here, your omelet or your pancakes? And she said pancakes. So, of course, I went with the decadent
omelet,
Oreo and cream pancakes. Very good, very tasty. But when you have pancakes, it comes to a certain point where you just hit the wall. You can't have any more. So that's kind of good. So I didn't finish them.
Yeah, because you're not 10.
Well, it's not like I got the Mickey Mouse pancakes.
You might as well. Like Oreo.
I always get. See, they didn't have the regular just chocolate chip pancakes that I prefer.
My pancakes, I just want them plain, butter, syrup.
Pancakes are great for dinner too.
I'm good. Pancakes are great.
I know pancakes are great.
I look at the people who put all the stuff on top, and I'm not judging you, but no, because that's when you do hit the wall. You just go into that diabetic coma. Like, yeah, this is just way too sweet. Now, butter, syrup, we're good to go.
Yes, and then after that, I made an appointment to my wife, and my kids were giving me crap the other day. Dad, your eyebrows are just out of control. So I went and got a haircut. I said, I'll get them cut when I get my haircut. So I got a haircut today.
Look at you.
Then I got a car wash today. There's a new car wash right on Northwestern.
Yeah.
I got a membership to that. So because I'm not really good at keeping things clean, and I'm kind of a slob. But since I got the membership, I had my car washed like 5 times within the last month.
I thought about it, but yeah, I because they asked me, did you want a membership? And I was like, yeah, I'm probably going to say no, because I'm very meticulous. I don't want any scratches or anything like that. So
anyway, yes, we do have Tiger baseball coming up around 3:40. The rubber match of the series in Seattle, Framber Valdez will be on the hill. Last night was a weird game, and I want to know, 248-539-9797, would this be nitpicking or second guessing? Maybe it's a little of both, but I was watching the game and it was 0-0 in the 6th inning. I kind of thought, why are you taking Drew Anderson out? He's only doing good, but I understand they want to ramp him up, a bullpen, but he's going to be starting, so you don't want to have him pitch 6-7 innings right away anyway. And then he put Tyler Holden in. And Tyler Holden was pitching really good. Yeah. And it's, scoreless in the 6th inning. And there's 2 outs and there's nobody on base. And Rosarina comes up. He's a righty. Holden's a lefty. And Holden was pitching like, 3 really good innings. And AJ took him out. I said, okay, so Rosarina, righty versus, I get it. It's not like analytics to a crazy extent.
Right.
But sometimes don't you want to just go with your gut? And Holton's been pitching really good. In fact, since June 1st, Holton's ERA is 1.38 in 26 innings in 23 games. And if you want to play the analytic card, Rosarina was 0-3 lifetime against Holton. So he takes Holton out, puts in Hannafy, Rosarina doubles. They intentionally walk the next guy to get to arguably Seattle's best player, right. Rodriguez. I really didn't have that much of a problem with the intentional walk as much as the other thing that I just mentioned. And, of course, Rodriguez's first pitch off Hannafy.
Right.
3-run homer.
You're hoping you can end the inning. Yeah. It's the one thing that bothers me when it comes to baseball. And this is where I'm the old head because I'm not the analyst.
No.
I'm from the era where the manager, you trusted their gut. And you know what, Stoney? You're out there and you're dealing. You think you can get these guys out? Yeah, Skip, I can. All right, go do it. And I don't have to sit here with a scorecard and look at this and talk to some egghead. Well, what's this kind of – I believe in my guy. He's got the pitches. He's got good stuff today.
Yes.
He was only at, I think 36 pitches. So it's not like he was in there for a long time. Just go and finish this thing out and just
finish that inning.
It's almost it's frowned upon, I guess, just to trust your gut. Because with analytics, the reason why I think a lot of managers use analytics, Tony, it gives you a built-in excuse.
That's true.
It gives you somebody else to blame if this doesn't happen. Well, analytics said I should do this.
But this wasn't really just analytics. They've been doing lefty-righty matchups for years. I get it. But it's more of what you said. Just trust your gut sometimes. Right. And Holton, hopefully it will last the rest of the season. Holton is actually looking like he did in 2024 when he actually got, a Cy Young vote or something? I mean, but he's not doing it now. He hasn't done it. Last year was not good.
But he's pitching well.
Lately, since June, like I said, 1.38 ERA.
Yeah, he's pitching well. Reward him. Just finish this inning out.
Yeah.
Okay, and we'll see what happens. But I'm with you. I'm like, please, I hope this doesn't blow up. And there's a 3-run homer. It blew up in your face. I mean, literally, as soon as I was like, man, I hope this thing doesn't. And it's like, there we go, 3-0. All righty.
Our telephone number is 248-539-9797. Coming up on the program today, we've got yellow card, red card, or no card. That's coming up later in the program. Oh, no?
No, we save that for tomorrow. We got an NFL blitz later,
an NFL blitz. See, nobody told me. Rico comes in. He says, we're going to blitz. And you said no. You said, I heard him say red card. I heard you say red card, yellow card, no card.
I did say that.
But you didn't tell me.
It was an audible on the fly.
I know.
Hot route.
Yes, the latest on Jahmyr Gibbs. And maybe we'll hear from one of the best defensive linemen in a while who has an interesting idea about youth football. We'll hear that coming up as well. It's the Valenti Show with Rico here on 97.1. What a blessing. I get paid to watch and talk about sports for a living. And what makes me feel equally blessed is that for the last 7 years, I've been able to see the games we all love better than I thought possible. It's because I struggled with my eyesight for years. Cataracts were clouding my vision, and I had a drawer full of reading glasses so I could see things up close. Luckily for me, the great Dr. Yaldo and those great bifocal implants has solved it in a fast, completely safe, and painless procedure. So when I go to Ford Field in the press box, I can read the tiniest stats and see everything on the field with clarity. If you're 45 plus, you had enough glasses, contacts, readers, just go see Dr. Yaldo and be the next ticket listener who walks into his office and announces, I want the same thing Stoney got. So go to YaldoEyeCenter.com, get the free evaluation, and then, yes, get what I got. 248-539-9797. Do you have any text communications at all?
We do have a couple right here.
Okay.
There are multiple that I won't, because they're basically all saying the same thing. But
Okay.
about the where was it? Oh, about the QVC clip that you recommended. A lot of people were chiming in saying that it's very funny and they would recommend it. Someone, it is funny. This one person said they just Googled it. Yeah, pretty funny, but only gave it a score of 7 out of 10.
Really?
7 out of 10, like, that's like a recommend. Like, yeah, I'd recommend something, but that's nothing like an 8 or 9.
Mm-hmm.
It's funny because you didn't expect it. Like,
Correct.
And Evan, I didn't want to oversell it, but it's the woman's reaction afterwards.
Yes, exactly.
Where she can't even look at you because she knew exactly what she said.
Which makes it a hell of a lot better. Someone in terms of Tigers, they are vouching for give Colt Keith more consistent looks at lefty pitching. That's actually from Chris from Grosse Pointe. Thank you, Chris.
Okay. Boy, Rosarina made a great defensive play last night. Robbed him of extra bases, possibly a home run. All right, 248-539-9797. Rico, it is now time for college football teams to start working out. Fall camp has started.
Yeah.
And so around these parts, with all due respect to Eastern, Central, Western, and Wayne State, the focus, of course, is on Michigan and Michigan State. And both teams have new coaches this year, which means at least for Michigan, both sides of the ball, new coordinators. Michigan State brought back their defensive coordinator, right, Joe Rossi.
Yeah, Rossi came back.
He came back, but, Pat Fitzgerald and, Kyle Winningham. So you have new coaches, same quarterbacks for both squads. So 248-539-9797. Just want to ask a simple question as we get ready. We're a month away from real games, basically. What are your realistic, and I put realistic in capital letters, realistic expectations for your favorite team this season? 248-539-9797.
Well, it's funny because I've been asked this question a ton of like, who do you think, how many games do you think the state's going to win? And I've said it over and over and over again. I have no idea. Now, Milivojevic, the quarterback coming, he looked good late in the season, Stoney, but as you know, there was really no pressure. At that point, you kind of knew the coach was going to be fired. The quarterback had already been benched, and he was playing with house money. So what happens when you are now the hunted? What happens when it's now your team and you're not just a substitute teacher? We're going to find a lot out about him, week 1 against Toledo, but really when they go to Notre Dame on the road, how do you handle going up against a top 5 program? Do you lose your composure or do you rally and you all of a sudden you pull off a big upset? Looking at this, I look at what the team was last year, and Jonathan Smith, I thought, mismanaged 3 games that they could have won. If Fitzgerald is that much better as a coach, which I think he can, Stoney, my goal is, can you get to 6-6? Can you just get to some meaningless bowl game, but it actually will mean something for these players because Lord knows they haven't played in the bowl game since I think Kenneth Walker was there.
So let's say realistically, and it's all hypothetical, let's assume, I know what happens when you assume, that you win your first 2 games, which is Toledo and Eastern Michigan at home, assuming you're going to lose at Notre Dame. So you need 4 Big Ten wins to get there. Let's look at the schedule in detail for the Spartans.
Well, I think Wisconsin's a winnable. Wisconsin's a team on life support. I think they're about to fire Luke Fickell.
They're on the road. Some people think they're going to be better this year. I don't know. I think I tend to agree with you, but that's a road game. At home, they have Nebraska, Illinois.
Nebraska is a game that I thought they should have won last year.
Yeah.
They found a way not to. You get the game at home. Illinois, they're a lot better, but the funny thing about it is going to be Caden Hauser, former MSU quarterback.
Right.
3 former MSU quarterbacks will play in Spartan Stadium, but from Noah Kim, Aiden Childs, Caden Hauser, because then the next week.
Kim's where, Eastern? Where's Kim?
Kim's Eastern.
Yeah. So you got, after Illinois, they have Northwestern comes in with Aiden Childs, then they go to
now.
UC
You know that's a game that I think that Fitzgerald is going to put a bounty out.
Oh my God,
guys! I'm going to hold your pets hostage.
Yes.
Lose this game, and Fluffy ain't coming home.
going up against the Brian Kelly, Chip Kelly, offensive coordinator for Northwestern, and then they go to UCLA, who give them that was the game that really screwed up Penn State last year and Michigan State as well, right? Yeah. UCLA coming in to Spartan Stadium last year, didn't they?
Yeah, because they were flailing. They had just fired their coach. They had the interim coach, and you just thought that this thing was over.
Right.
And then all of a sudden,
they started
what
doing
just
okay.
happened here? Now, I think that's when the pressure got on Jonathan Smith. It was like, dude, they just fired their coach.
Right. And now
the quarterback was a bum.
Now they have a new coach who comes from the Cignetti tree because he replaced Cignetti at James Madison. Then it's at Michigan. Your second favorite Big Ten team, Washington, is coming to Spartan Stadium. And then Oregon, back-to-back home games. Actually, the Oregon game is a night game on Fox. Friday night. And then they finish the season at Piscataway. We talked about Rutgers earlier in the week. So they get the 4 wins out of those. You got to think you're right. Wisconsin, Northwestern, Rutgers.
Wisconsin, you can get Northwestern. I think Nebraska's won. And at that point, between Rutgers and UCLA and Illinois, if you can steal one of those games,
right?
I'm thinking that's a good. And honestly, of the games, Sony, you probably want to win the Rutgers game because you may be on a 3-game losing streak going into that at Michigan, Washington, Oregon.
Right.
You don't want to limp into the bowl game. You want, we won our final game. We made it into the bowl. But I think that's what the bar that I'm setting for Fitzgerald. That being said, really have no idea.
Right.
This is the first time I'm at the spring game, and I'm looking at that chart like, wait, who's this guy? Who's this guy? Who's that guy?
I mean, the guy that people maybe should get excited about is Cam Edwards, right? The running back. He's from Connecticut, and Michigan State has had some success with a former kid. Like Carter was from Connecticut too, right? When he came to Michigan State, right? I
believe so.
Yeah. So they have some success there. They have obviously a ton of new players that you really don't know if they're going to be good. Michigan, on the other hand, forgetting that, look, they have, some people say they have the hardest schedule in the country. So realistically, forgetting about the brand and all that stuff, I think if Michigan can win 9 games, that would be a pretty damn good season.
I think if Michigan wins 9 games, then Willingham's probably going to be up for Big Ten Coach of the Year. I don't have them at 9.
No, I have them at like 8. That's why I said 9 would be good. 8 is probably more realistic.
Week 2 is going to tell me a lot about this team.
Yep.
Underwood put a lot of pressure on himself saying stupid things over the summer.
Mm-hmm.
But you're going up against Oklahoma, a team that beat you last year. Correct. Can you, come back out here, beat them? Because if you can beat Oklahoma, then the 9-3 at that point is actually obtainable because you're going to have you got Indiana at home, but you're at Oregon, you're at Ohio State. Those are 3 games that I think are losses.
Right. And, you have Michigan State at home. You have Penn State at home. Penn State, who knows? They got a new coach.
Now, the Michigan State thing, Stoney, and it goes back to 95, 2 coaches that had never coached as a head coach in the game.
Right.
And there was Saban and there was Lloyd Carr. Because normally, who's ever the rookie to that game loses.
Right.
I think Mel Tucker was the only one that won his first time. Everybody else, their first time around, loses.
Right.
You want if Whittingham wants real pressure, lose that game to the Spartans and watch the fans turn on you. But yeah, Penn State, I don't know what Penn State is. Iowa got good at the end of last year, so I don't know, but it's at Michigan.
Mm-hmm.
So that helps you
Michigan
as well.
has their first 4 games at home. You got to hope they're at least going to be 3-1. And it's at Minnesota, by Penn State and Indiana at home, at Rutgers, Michigan State at home, at Oregon, and they close out with UCLA at home and at Ohio State. Like I said, I think 9 wins would be a good season for them. I believe 8 is probably more realistic, as I'm not going to make our final predictions right now, but that's what I think. And, we mentioned Cam Edwards for Michigan State. The guy I really want to look forward to seeing, and I feel bad for Jordan Marshall because he's going to be the number 1 running back. But I really want to see how good Savion Hyder is. Is he going to be as legit as they say, number 1 running back in the country last year? But there's a history there. When Michigan takes the number 1 running back in the country, can you say Derek Fat Green?
Oh yeah, with the teal turquoise suit. I remember that.
Yeah.
For me, for Michigan, it's Bryce Underwood.
Oh, I know.
Because you got to take that next step. Year 1. Here's the thing. You did everything I expected you to do in year 1. The Michigan fan base and he thought, I'm going to light the world on fire. Son, nobody walks into college and lights the world on fire. Trevor Lawrence, that's it.
Right. It's
one
an
of
exception.
one. Most guys need that red shirt gear. You couldn't red shirt. They had to play you. I thought that they did you a disservice.
They did.
You should have red shirted, hit the ground running. This is the year I'm going to find out if you're legitimate or if you're going to end up hitting the portal because Michigan's going to run you out of town.
Actually, redshirting probably wouldn't have helped them much because they didn't even have a quarterback coach there.
Because I don't put a ton. It's like preseason football. But what I saw in that spring game,
I know,
was awful. What is going on here? And I get it. The defense knows the plays, but when he finished with 40 yards?
He did not look good. So hopefully fall camp, we hear decent things, but who knows? 248-539-9797. What is a realistic expectation? And if there are any players you're looking to see, units, I do think Michigan's defense will be pretty good. And if their offensive line shapes up, they should be able to run the ball because that's what Winningham does too. They're going to run the ball a lot. 248-539-9797. It's the Valenti Show with Rico. Stoney in for Valenti here on 97.1. Two 248-539-9797. Don't forget Tigers Mariners coming up at 3:40 with the pregame show. Talk a little college football. Camp starts this week or started this week. We've already gone through media days and just, realistic expectations from your favorite team, whether it's Michigan or Michigan State. What do you want to see? Is there a particular player you want to see? Because I think both teams, look, obviously Michigan has a higher ceiling than Michigan State, at least on paper, and we'll see what happens for the Spartans. You know, they both have first-year coaches, but I think to use a cliche, the cupboard is not bare for Kyle Whittingham.
Cupboard's not bare for Kyle Whittingham
on defense.
He said some silly things, I thought.
Yes.
We will see what happens. The week 2 for Michigan, Oklahoma at home is going to set the table. Win that game, and if you're Michigan, you're going to feel good about this team, and you're probably thinking college football playoffs.
Mm-hmm.
Lose that game, and now, and especially how you lose, now you're going to start to question some things. Did you make the right coach? You went outside the family. You know, is he Rich Rod 2.0? So a lot hinges on that. For Fitzgerald, it's the next week, Notre Dame. You get your doors blown off, it's going to show how far away you are. And I think at that point, the MSU fan base, Stoney's going to cash out, and everybody's going to be saying, when's hoop season start? It's going to go back to the days of countdown to Midnight Madness because football's already over in October.
Even before the Big Ten season starts, even if they look bad against Notre Dame?
If you look bad. If you go out there and you look respectable, but if it looks like the old days where you played Alabama or Nebraska and there's 60 to...
Remember Saban's first game? Yeah. It was against Nebraska, right?
Yeah, it was Nebraska, and he ended up losing that thing like 63-3.
Oh, yeah.
At that point, you're realizing you're not even close to the halves.
Right.
That's the thing. Like,
you're not thinking you got the wrong coach.
You're not thinking you have the wrong coach, but at that point, you're just going to cash out because you realize, well, you know what? College football, it's not for us. You're not going to see a bowl game, so what's the point of watching?
248-539-9797. Let's go to East Lansing. Drew, what's going on?
Hey, guys. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So I think a realistic expectation for Michigan State is anywhere between 6 and 7 wins. When you look at last year, we lost pretty much every 50-50 game on the roster, including some that we shouldn't have. And I think if we have a coaching staff that can get a team to play up and not down, I think that we can at least get half of those 50-50 games. So I got to say somewhere between 6 and 7. I also just think that Cam Edwards is better than any offensive player we had last year. And Milivojevic looked good to end the season. Now, does he look as good? Would other teams have some tape on him? Maybe not as good, but I still think that's an upgrade quarterback.
Drew, I'm with you because I look at the Nebraska game and I look at the Minnesota Golden Gopher game, how they lost in overtime. I look at the Iowa game. It's like, don't kick the ball, and you kick the ball to them. Okay. Yeah. I look at those games, and you're right. You just want to pull your hair out.
Who's going to catch the football? Is McCray that good?
Everything I've heard is that he is. I mean, obviously, I didn't watch a whole lot of his Kent State highlights, but I've heard that he's solid, and I've heard that they're looking to try and get him the ball more. One hot take I do have is I do think we have a realistic chance to beat Michigan. I think if Whittingham isn't quite up to date on the rivalries as he's given the impression to be, we know Fitz is, and I think that he can maybe get them to play up and win that game when they had a hard time beating us last year. Not saying we were anywhere near their level, but they played down to us last year, and if we can play up this year, I think there's a real chance we can beat them.
Drew, I'll say yes, that is true. That's why I said normally that first-year coach in this rivalry learns the lesson. I think Bo learned his lesson. Like, okay, these guys really wanted to win this thing. Mm-hmm. I gotta change. Fitz knows. Whittingham doesn't. And you're right. At that point, by the time they play, are they going to be in the middle of a quarterback controversy?
Right. That's the big question. It's going to be early November, and we'll find out, Drew, and thanks for the call, whether Underwood's even going to be the quarterback. Or you're going to have a freshman quarterback, Lloyd's other grandson.
Right, because, he's coming in. He's got the famous last name. And, yeah. Because here's the thing, and it's nothing against Underwood, Stoney, but most of your top quarterbacks don't finish where they start. They transfer and go somewhere else. That's not an Underwood thing.
No,
that's just an historic thing.
It's college football.
Like, you just don't, I'm going to go here and I'm going to stay here. You don't see that often.
Look at the guys who've, been like high draft choices or Heisman Trophy winners in the past 10 years.
Yeah.
Burrow, transfer. Cam Ward, transfer.
Everybody transfers.
Except for Arch Manning. we'll see how good he is this year too.
For now, yeah. I just don't think he's that good.
David calling us from Ohio. You're a 97.1.
Hey, how's it going, fellas?
Good.
Hey,
how
David.
are you?
Not bad. Wish I could be more excited about my beloved Wolverines going into this season a little bit more. But with the quarterbacks that this team is facing in the 5 biggest games, because I think that's what the entire season comes down to, is those 5 games: Oregon, Indiana, Ohio State, obviously, Iowa, and I think there's USC and maybe some others in there. But anyhow, I think Underwood.
Not USC. They don't play USC.
UCLA.
UCLA.
No, well, I mean, you can throw Nico in there. There's 5 big games that if Underwood is anything and doesn't take a big step like everybody in Ann Arbor is hoping that he does, I think this team is not going to be anything remotely close to what some are thinking they could. And until I see it on the field, so obviously I was talking about Oklahoma, and then Oregon, Ohio State, obviously there's 3 of them.
Indiana.
Indiana, there's 4, and I can't think of the 5th one.
Well,
Maybe
Penn State.
Well,
you don't know
here's
about.
your schedule: Western, Oklahoma, UTEP, Iowa, at Minnesota, Penn State at home, Indiana at home, at Rutgers, Michigan State at home, at Oregon, UCLA at home, at Ohio State.
Yeah, they say it's the toughest schedule in the country. That's why I think 8 is, because I think they definitely win 2 of the 3 non-conference, and can they win 6 games out of the other ones? I don't know.
I have to see it first. I have Michigan going 7-5 right now. Because I don't think the defense is going to be anything up to the par of what it's been the last 3 to 5 years. I think they do take a step back. Does that mean that I don't have faith in this defensive coordinator? No, not at all. I just think it's a new system, new guys, everything coming in. I think it's going to take them a year. I think that the crappy part about it is I think the team is drastically going to be improved. It's just not going to show on the record side of it. And to Rico's point, I think that's going to be the very interesting part, because it's not on the record side. What's the fan base going to do about this? I think everything else, you look at this team, they're going to be drastically improved. They're better coached, they've already been in the weight room way more than they were before. I think Underwood's actually going to get coaching, going to the point that you guys were just talking about. Now, does that mean he's going to stay, or does that mean he's going to transfer out? That's going to be the interesting thing about it as well. I think he does improve. The problem of the matter is he's still going to be probably the 5th best quarterback that's on Michigan's roster. Not roster, but the schedule this year. So
if that, thanks for the call. Yeah. Appreciate it. 248-539-9797.
Because to me, Stoney, it really boils down to, because the games where Michigan lost or struggled, teams said, we're going to just stop the run, and Bryce is going to have to beat us.
Yes.
And he couldn't. And that's problematic, because this is your quarterback. He should go out there and be able to make plays and not just scrambling around, but making big plays with his arm.
And they don't have exactly the greatest receivers in the world either. Andrew Marsh is good. And the transfer from Texas, who knows about,
But the thing is, maybe under Willingham, they will start using them more.
Yeah.
I don't understand why any top receiver would go to Michigan. I mean, you had Nico Collins. Like, it's the biggest. Most people don't realize that. But, yeah, he was there. He didn't really use him.
Right. Well, he left because of COVID, too. But yes, you're right. Brian in Detroit, you're a 97.1.
Man, y'all sure.
Hold on. Is this Brian? Man, I'm glad you alive, man. I was really worried about you.
What's up, Brian?
Man, shut up. I can't hold on that long in the afternoon. Man, listen, I'm looking at them had 9 to 10 wins. The players they got on defense, the coaching staff, Bryce Underwood's going to improve. They act like he was just so bad last year. Now we realize the coach was an idiot. Now we realize he didn't know what he was doing. Now we realize he couldn't wait to get to halftime. Hey, bruh.
I know where you're going with that.
If that offensive line is good with those running backs, with both running backs and with Bryce, they're gonna take off. So all these guys calling in talking about they don't know about the talent. Man, they got worlds more talent than they have last year. If Moore and that kid from Utah are healthy through the whole season, that defense will be off the charts. So these people calling in crying about, oh, I got to see it first. The one guy talking about he might 7 wins. Bro, you ought to put the crack pipe down. They're going to have more than 7 wins. And you got to have courage. Listen, they got that whole attitude that some of the Detroit Lions fans have, that only the Lions can improve in all season. So they're going to take off straight to the top. That's what Michigan has, a world of talent and great coaching. I don't know about those coaches, but I know I heard great things about all 3 of those coaches, head coach, defensive coordinator, offensive coordinator. All of a sudden, they don't know what they're doing.
No, Brian, hold on. Here's what I'll say about Winningham, and you could attest to this. Sometimes you could be a great coach, but in a bad spot where I need to see if he can embrace what Michigan culture is and not try to change it.
You know, Rico, did you see when he first got hired and they walked into the big house, him and all his coaches and his family? He had that look on that face. Look, I'm gonna take off here because I got all the bagging in the world, all the money, the facilities. I'm a great coach. It's been proven I'm a great coach. And I'm going to do some great things here. And he has the opportunity to do it. But guess what? He has to do it first. But to call in talking about Michigan going to have more, they're going to have 9-10 wins. That's what I have on
10 would just be reaching for the stars. I don't think 9 is possible. I'm going to say 8 right now. But yeah.
And Brian, call back, man.
Yes.
Next time we're going to put you on hold. Right? He never calls our show. He calls everybody else. He never calls our show. So that's why I was like, is he okay? I like Brian. I do. We disagree. But he can call anytime.
248-539-9797. 248-539-9797. Don't forget Tiger Baseball coming up at 3:40, excuse me, where we have the Tigers taking on the Seattle Mariners. Win this game, baby. Win another series. And then they play 3 in San Francisco against the Giants. Job will be pitching on Saturday on national television.
It's official now?
Yeah.
Okay.
248-539-9797. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for a blitz.
Oh, NFL style.
All right, gentlemen, we got another NFL Blitz back-to-back days. This one comes from CBS Sports.
Hold on, before we get to that, when is your guy just going to go ahead and say, I'm going to ram? Are we got to do this all year long?
I like
Aaron
milking
Donald.
it. It's a nice tease for me as a fan.
Just put the damn uniform on, either come back or go away.
I like it. It's like I said, it's a nice tease, keep me waiting, keep me wanting more as a fan. All right, so CBS sports writer Jared Dubin, I believe that's correct. He came out with an article, red flags for certain contending teams. So I have listed them off, and I'm going to tell you guys what they are. Agree, disagree, we'll have a nice little discourse about it. With that being said, let's start with the team that Rico just mentioned, who are the odds-on favorites as of right now, my Los Angeles Rams. He said age and injuries are the biggest red flags for them. What do you guys believe?
That's about it, because they are loaded. Obviously, offensively, you have the defending, most valuable player at quarterback, but he's up there in age. They obviously have 2 really good running backs in Williams and Corum. They have one of the best receivers. They're loaded defensively. You add Myles Garrett to an already good defense, and come on. Yes, injuries is the only red flag.
I got 2 red flags. One, it is the age and injuries, because especially your receivers, you got Devontae Adams and Puka Nacua, who trips out of bed, it seems like. He's just
that's a great point.
And then you got to keep him from doing stupid things as well off the field, or his brother. The other thing, Corbin, is the expectation. Because a lot of times in the NFL, when it's that super team, this team built for a Super Bowl, that's the team that doesn't win the Super Bowl. So the expectations of tempering that down, and then the age factor, yes.
I would agree with that. I don't like the expectations as a fan, but it'll be a fun season nonetheless.
Because according to them, they're going to go 17-0 and just run the table, and they're going to be, going up like the Miami Dolphins did back in the day, the only undefeated team.
Yeah, I would disagree with that personally. But let's move over to the East Coast right now for a team that just can't get over the hump just yet. Buffalo Bills. Jared listed off their main red flag as defensive front, lack of pass rush depth.
I think it's, they got DJ Moore. I just think it's a lack of, playmakers besides a quarterback.
See, I was
wide receivers. James Cook is really good. Their passing game, Allen's terrific. Their receivers are not that great.
No, their D-line is lacking. It is.
Up front, in the interior is pretty good. They're right. The pass rush is not great.
I'm with you. I'm going to say it's actually their lack of playmakers.
Yes.
They really didn't invest in Josh Allen and surround him with just people. Imagine, if you would, in a world that you took all of the toys that the Lions have given Jared Goff and you gave them to Josh Allen. That's a scary team.
Yes.
But it's almost like, well, Josh, you don't really need any help. But I don't see where they invested in their team. They got a new stadium, but they didn't really invest in the team.
I would agree with that. Let's move on now back to the West Coast. The reigning Super Bowl champions, the Seattle Seahawks. Jared listed their main red flags as a new OC and running backs. They just hired 49ers Brian Fleury as the new offensive coordinator. And until Zach Charbonnet, I was blanking on his name for a moment, before he comes back from ACL injury with the loss of K9 as well, they have Jadarian Price, Emmanuel Wilson, and George Halani as running backs.
Jadarian Price is... I'm sorry, Stoney.
Yeah, I watched Hard Knocks. And
I watched it this morning.
I saw some of it. Man, that man is fast as hell.
He's going to be probably somewhere between 4 and 6 drafted in fantasy drafts. If you want to be the smart guy.
Yeah.
Because it's just going to be him. He's not going to be splitting carries. Corbin, I'm going to say no to that. That's problematic. I think for the Seattle Seahawks, it's the hangover.
Yes.
Did
you see those rings?
Yeah.
Oh my God. And the presentation, I've never seen anything like that in my life.
Yeah. I don't think that the drive and the passion is there this season. Look, they want to win, yes. But for them, you know what? Hey, remember last year when we won that Super Bowl? It's going to be the hangover factor for them. I've gone on record and said this may be where neither team in the Super Bowl makes the playoffs from last year. Because normally the loser doesn't make it. I don't think Seattle makes it either.
I guess we'll have to find out in that
They're in
realm.
a really good division, too. That's the other thing with the Rams.
Let's go back to the East Coast, a team that is in Stoney's heart, the Philadelphia Eagles. Jared has their red flags as O-line injuries and pass offense. Devonta Smith's first season as wide receiver 1. Obviously, they drafted Mekhi Lemon and they traded for Dontavian Wicks. And in general, one thing that I added in the notes I find interesting, Sean Mannion as the new OC, because we all know how the offensive struggles were last year for the Eagles.
Yeah, well, they had a horrible offense last year. Offensive coordinator was not very popular. Jalen Hurts has to rebound, and he did win a Super Bowl and was great in the one that they lost. I think he does get too much heat, but he's on the hot seat there. I was there last week, and people are just, this is it for them. They've had their, it's either make it or break it but you're correct. The wide receiver with losing A.J. Brown and, Smith is terrific. There's no doubt about it. But really, they don't have very many other, aerial weapons. But I mean, Goddard's good. And the offensive line, Lane Johnson, when he got hurt, that team fell apart.
You're right, but I laugh, Stoney. Could you imagine if Jared Goff won the Super Bowl here and lost one but played great in that Super Bowl? There's no way we are talking hot seat.
Oh, I know.
There would be a statue built for this man.
Yes.
He would be mayor for a day, governor for a month, like whatever this man wanted. He's getting his name chanted now. But for the Eagles, it's more of a, can you get the offense back where it used to be? And I do think that they will, because I think it's going to be addition by subtraction. I think the fact that A.J. Brown is not there, I think he brought the team down, and I think Hurts just kind of checked out and was like, look, one of us can't be here next year. A.J.'s gone. I think you'll see the old Hurts back.
I hope so.
And that, ladies and gentlemen, is the NFL Blitz on 97.1.
Brought to you by Moran Buick GMC. Major League Baseball is suspending Mariners pitcher Gabe Spire 3 games for intentionally hitting Gleyber Torres last night. That was after Spire just nearly missed Torres the pitch before. He's appealing the ban, so he'll be available this afternoon, while his manager Dan Wilson will serve his 1-game suspension today. It's commonplace for the manager to also get suspended after a ruling that one of their pitchers threw at someone on purpose. A.J. Hinch's lineup is in as the Tigers look for another series victory this afternoon. McGonigal leads off, plays third. Gleyber Torres will hit second at second. Dylan Dingler bats third and catches. Riley Green in the cleanup spot as he plays left, followed by Keith, designated hit or DHing tonight. Torkelson inning 6 at first. Clark, Baez, McKinstry all in the outfield to round it out. Framber Valdez on the mound. He gave up 2 runs in 7 innings his last start against the A's. 4:10 the first pitch right here on 97.1. NFL insider Jordan Schultz tweeted the following earlier, quote, "The Lions and star running back Jahmyr Gibbs have made substantial progress on a 3-year contract extension that'll make him the NFL's highest paid running back. The hope is to get a deal done as early as today," end quote. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto.
Thank you, Monsieur Otto. Our telephone number is 248-539-9797. Now, in Jeremy's update, he played, as they call it in the business, an actuality of the little beanball, whatever you want to call it. That was a New York Post said, beanball brawl, tempers explode in Tigers-Mariners game. So I watched that. I mean, it was pretty passive, if you ask me.
It's like an NBA fight.
Okay, so let me ask you. Let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
When there is, whether it's a serious one or not, when the bench is empty in baseball, I get it. All right, but when you see the players from the bullpen come in from the outfield, huffing and puffing and running, by the time they get there, it's all over anyway. That to me is like one of the stupidest things in sports. Guys running in from the bullpen. I asked this at 248-539-9797. What else? If I said to you, what is the stupidest thing in sports, what would you say?
I would have to say in the NFL, whenever they get in like a little fight or whatnot, when they start punching each other with helmets on, you're not going to land. It's going to hurt your hand. I've never understood it. It's the dumbest thing in all of sports, in my personal opinion.
That's actually pretty smart. Because, yeah, you're right. It's like, yeah, you swung and punched him in the face mask. You're going to just break your finger, and you're going to be out, and you're going to get tossed out of this game. No, I like that one. I'm trying to think. What is the one thing that I think is just the dumbest thing? Because you're right. With the people running from the bullpen.
It's like, what are you doing? It's like, what, are you trying to get your exercise in?
It's like the hockey fight where if it goes long enough, now the goalies have to fight.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, no. Who doesn't love a good goalie fight,
now,
though?
here comes the goalie fight.
There's no reason for it because there's no animosity between the goalies, but it's great video.
All right. We got to fight each other.
Yeah.
All right, Stoney. How's the wife and kids? Well, they're pretty good.
Yeah. How are you?
All right. Like, you guys had no interaction that day.
Yeah.
But no, I like what Corbin said about just the fact of swinging in, because I've often said that's just the dumbest thing to do. You know what? What bothers me about sports?
Mm-hmm.
You said, was it dumb rules or just dumb things?
Whatever you think is dumb, make your, because there's other things I'm gonna bring up. My favorite pet peeve of sports.
I'm gonna always go back to what football does in the final minute of a game, and they go to the prevent defense. You've been playing great defense all game long.
Yeah.
And in the final minute, you go brain dead, and you just let the team march down the field. You quit blitzing. You drop 8 people back, and they just matriculate down there, and you end up losing the game. And it's like, or you could just keep playing. The other thing, very similar in hoops, and this is an argument I've gotten with a certain college coach. If you're up 3, you foul.
Yes.
You do not let them shoot the 3. I don't care how great your defense is. It's math.
And it's not only is it math, it's easier in my mind for your opponent to hit a 3 than it is to make a free throw, miss the second one, get the rebound, and put it in.
Right. Because it was like, well, what if he misses the second one and then they foul him as he's putting it in and then I end up losing it? I'm like, that's the equivalent of getting 2 onside kicks in a row.
Yes.
Wait. Time out. I think I missed. So you're on the side, Rico, of you're cool with that. The following when you're up 3?
Yes.
Oh, I take that correct noise back. Oh, I hate that. I hate it. Play some defense.
No. Because here's the thing. You can't lose if you're shooting 2 free throws. I get the ball back.
As a viewer, it is awful, though. It's awful basketball because it was, what game was it? It was Clippers Suns in the Western Conference Finals back in 2021. I want to say it was game 4 or 3. The last 2 minutes took 45 minutes.
Okay, how about go back to 2004, Game 2 of the NBA Finals? The frickin' Pistons are up 3, and instead of fouling like Shaq or somebody, Kobe hits a 3, and they go to overtime, and the Lakers win the frickin' game in the NBA Finals. You foul.
And I'm not talking starting 2 minutes to go in the game.
No.
I'm saying
like 10 seconds.
It's 10 seconds. We're up. Foul. They do not get the shot off. They're going to hit 2 free throws. Right. They're going to have to miss one. We're going to get the rebound. We're going to walk away with this thing.
And you know what else is the lamest excuse the coach uses? Well, my player is so dumb. He might, because the other team might all of a sudden try to chuck up a 3 and he'll foul him and it'll be a 4-point play or 3 free throws. No, you foul.
And since we're on a roll, 248-539-9797, because Corbin, you know, why don't you just go and do some walking around with your peers and just cause some trouble? How about that?
Like having a safety be the first play for Akron's offense.
So you're a freaking Clipper fan, and the Clippers are up 3, and the Lakers have the ball. There's 6 seconds left. You're not screaming to foul them?
You just want to play
some defense. I've seen it before.
Yeah, and you know what?
Oh, my
it's
God.
I mean, I'm laughing.
No wonder the Clippers suck, because their fans suck.
It was right. Yeah, I'm watching NCAA tournament, and Kentucky ends up winning the game. Why? Because they let the guy shoot the 3. It's like, no. Well, it's going to be a 45-foot. If it goes in, it still counts as a 3.
Yes.
And guess what? Now you're going to have the sad face. Why didn't we just foul? Yeah, you're right. But other dumb things in sports, this is one. It's where the fun gets taken out of baseball. And I don't even know the young pitcher for the Mets, but like he struck out somebody and it's like he's doing like the Spider-Man land.
Yeah.
I like that.
Yes.
The whole, you can't show anybody up in baseball.
Oh.
If you want to flip your bat because you just knocked it out the park, flip the bat. I don't care. You could skip down to the base.
Yeah.
You could do the cha-cha slide across home plate. I don't care.
Rodriguez,
you earned that.
Yeah, Rodriguez last night of the Mariners, he did a nice little bat flip when he hit the home run against the Tigers. That was fine. I don't
And if
care
a pitcher wants to do a fist pump, that's okay. The whole, well, you can't show up. Man, that's what makes the game fun.
Yeah. 248-539-9797. Let's talk to Curtis. You're on 97.1.
Good afternoon, guys. Great topic.
Thanks, Curtis.
My issue with sports is you're not allowed to get relief in golf when you hit a beautiful drive down the middle of the fairway and you're in a massive divot and you're not allowed to move it, because to me, that's not part of the course.
I agree.
That's somebody's arrogance and laziness of not repairing the course in the proper condition.
Great point.
So that's my 2 cents on that one.
You know what else? You know what else is dumb in golf on the Pro Tour?
What's that, buddy?
You have to sign your scorecard. We have technology. It's called a scoreboard. Everybody knows what you have marshals basically following every threesome around or twosomes when it gets to the weekends.
Yep.
And so what do you have to sign a scorecard for?
Right. And to your point, now we even got caddies not only talking to their players, but when they get up on the green, they're straddling the line, they're lining up the putts with the guy, they're talking for 10 minutes. It's like, get the hell out of the way, putt.
Thanks for the call, Curtis. 248-539-9797. Other thing that's dumb in sports, and it's in basketball and football more than any other sports, and it's more of my pet peeve, and everybody knows because I'll tweet about it all the time. When there's blowouts and these teams, they leave their quarterbacks in late in the fourth quarter, they leave their starters in basketball, what's going to happen? Look, obviously it doesn't happen all the time, or it probably doesn't happen a lot. Freak injuries, cheap shots. I mean, really, in basketball? I mean, here's a perfect example. The Malice at the Palace. There was no reason for Ben Wallace even been in that game. They were getting their ass kicked.
You're right. No. You're right. And it's funny. I watched the documentary. I forgot. I think it was on HBO or whatever. But it was from the Pacers.
Oh yeah, I saw Jermaine O'Neal produced it.
Right, Jermaine O'Neal, and it was just like how basically he got screwed over in our test, but it was just kind of funny seeing it from their point of view and everything that happened that night. But you're right. If you're up big, and I'm not even a big fan if you're trying to get a record. So we're gonna leave you out there because now you got to hope that the other team doesn't just cheap shot you and take you out.
Yeah.
But you're right. After you get up a certain point, guys, go ahead and take yourself out the game.
Yes.
And if I'm the coach, like in basketball, in the event this thing gets back to 12 points, don't even look at me. Substitute yourself back in.
You know what it is? It's coaches are paranoid. They're paranoid that they're going to blow a lead. And look, it happens. Like, look at the Knicks, 2 of their huge wins in the postseason were ridiculously wins. But I just remember seeing like Tom Brady in games when the Patriots are up like 27 points with like 3 minutes left. Like, what are you doing?
Derrick Rose's career could have been much different if Tom Thibodeau took him out in that game against the Sixers.
You're right.
That was the first injury, first domino to fall.
So yeah, I've never been a big fan of that as well. But like I said, the prevent or the basketball just not fouling, but the prevent really gets me because you've been playing great for 59 minutes and 20 seconds. And then all of a sudden they get the ball back and you just, no more rush. We're just going to stand there and we're going to watch you pick us apart. And maybe you get a brain dead coach who thinks you're going to do the pitch back and forth thing.
Yeah.
or rush the quarterback. Yes. Don't let him just sit back there. They get paid a hell of a lot of money. And if you're not going to put any pressure on them, chances are they're going to find an open receiver.
248-539-9797. We'll take your calls, your texts. The dumbest thing in sports, we saw one last night in the Tiger game. These guys rushing in from the bullpen during a fight. 97-1.
Hey, let's talk about the Chevy dealer in the area leading the way. It's Hamilton Chevrolet in Warren at 14 Mile and Mound to be exact. Let me tell you something. Andrew and his sales staff want to be your Chevy dealer because it's time to hit the road in style, and Hamilton Chevrolet is your go-to destination for top-notch vehicles and savings. Sleek, powerful cars ready to conquer the road, and Hamilton Chevy has them all from the fuel-efficient compacts to rugged SUVs. Heck, they've even got EVs as well. They've got the wheels to match your lifestyle, and with Hamilton, you know you're getting excellence. It's not about just selling cars with them. It's about delivering an unmatched driving experience. It's a commitment to quality and customer satisfaction. Take advantage of Hamilton's great inventory of 2026 Chevys. The selection is best right now. You know what I always say, the best deals are found at 14 Mile and Mound. Go see my guys at Hamilton and tell them Rico sent you. More at HamiltonChevy.com. That's HamiltonChevy.com. Together, let's drive. Stoney, if I could, I also thought of one more. You started something. I hope you're happy now. Here's what I'll
I'm
never
very
understand.
happy.
Here's what I'll never dumb things in sports.
Yeah.
Going back to the NFL, why is the Hail Mary in the end zone never called for a flag?
That's a good point.
It is pass interference. It is, if you did that any other play of the game,
you're right.
Flags will be coming out of the stands. But for the Hail Mary, no flags. Everybody's knocking each other down. And it's accepted. I've never understood them. Like, technically, isn't that a flag? So.
You're right. It's kind of like, not calling a foul late in the game or whatever, or a penalty in hockey late in the game. It's like, almost like an unwritten rule, so to speak.
Like, we don't do that. Like, it's actually pass interference. Like, 3 people knocked down the receiver. Perfectly acceptable.
We have some texts, Corbin.
Yes, we do have some text and communications. This one from an unnamed texter. Teams getting butthurt when opponents run up the score. How about you just make a stop?
Yeah, well, at the professional level, it's kind of different. I don't mind it that much, but for youth sports, some of these high school games sometimes are like
So high school is where you draw the line.
Yeah,
don't run up the score.
Yeah, come on.
Well, they got the running clock though,
right? But you know what else though? It depends. If your subs are playing, that's fine, and if you just happen to keep scoring, that's okay.
So yeah, the backups and the third stringers.
Your starters, and I know this is sacrilegious, and he's not around anymore. God rest his soul. But Clarkston basketball coach Dan Fife would. They'd be up by 25 with 4 minutes left, and he would never take out his starters.
So no,
it's just like, really?
I can get what the texter says. Yeah, if my second and third string are beating you, what do you want me to do? Just take them out the game? Because you shouldn't be passing the ball. Once again, that's my third string quarterback.
We want him to get experience passing the ball.
Right, he's been going through practice all year long.
Right.
He can throw the ball. Like, if you can't stop the third string quarterback, maybe you should go down a level in high school. But yeah, I'm okay. See, the thing is, it's okay if you run up the score, but just know that's where it goes back to what you said, Stoney. If your star player gets cheap shotted,
right, you
don't have the right to get angry because you chose to leave them in the game while you're up 40. So things happen.
Yes. 248-539-9797. Joey in St. Clair Shores. Hello.
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking the call. In my opinion, dumbest thing in sports, and this goes for NBA basketball and college, 99% of the game, 99% of the season, if I'm holding the ball and you knock it out of my hand out of bounds, still my team's ball. But all of a sudden we get to the playoffs, we get to March Madness, last minute of the game, you knock out of my hands, well, we go to review and we see, it grazed my pinky last. We're going the other way. I think if you knock it out of the hands and it's clear, it's kind of the same time, it stays with that team's ball.
Look, if you're gonna have replay, you have to use replay for every circumstance, and if it's actually, even if it is by the hair of a pinky, I don't think that's dumb, actually.
I get it. I get where you're at with the replay. I just think if you're going to call it in that last minute, why are we going through the other 99% of the season, not even reviewing it? Because they don't even take a second look at the game.
No, but here's the thing, Joey. They do it in the final 2 minutes of all games, not just the tournament. You got a more valid argument of saying, okay, you let this slide all the rest of the game, and especially in college sport, and in the first 38 minutes, nothing. Final 2 minutes,
you can review.
Now you're going to review everything. I understand that. I get what you're saying.
That's a little different. But if they are reviewing and it goes,
and now you're hoping like maybe this will benefit our team because I get what he's saying.
Let's go to Toledo. George, what's up?
Hey, how you doing today?
Good.
Hey, George.
Hey, my thing, and I have so many things with baseball, but my biggest one is extra innings. I guess it's the ghost runner rule where you start with a man on second base. I hate that.
Okay, George.
I just
Don't be
done
mad
the whole
at
game
me.
without it. But
I like it because it kind of speeds up the game and it throws a little bit of strategy in the game.
You mean you might
I
actually
get
bunt?
that. Yeah, I know why they're doing it. It's just, yeah.
Do you walk or do you walk the next batter to get the double play?
Yes, exactly. Or or if you're on offense, you can bunt the guy over to third if people can even know how to bunt anymore, and get a sacrifice fly to win the game. I mean, so I would actually I would actually like to see it, George, take place after starting in the 12th inning.
And I was going to say, we don't need to start it immediately in the
Maybe
10th
not right
inning.
away. Yeah.
Or what about
get that.
what about if they put thanks for the call. What about if they started the ghost runner on first base instead of second?
No, because I think you probably just end up with a double play and it doesn't really do anything. And now the game's, I would split the difference and I would say, okay, 12th inning, that's when we're going to do that. Kind of like, therefore you get an opportunity to do it the old fashioned way.
Mm-hmm.
But if not, okay, we can't, we're not trying to go 15 innings tonight,
Exactly.
guys.
Yes. Some text communications.
This one is from Chris in a car, and I really agree with this one. Why does the manager in the MLB wear a full baseball uniform? Imagine the NBA or NFL coaches doing that.
Okay. First of all, in baseball nowadays, they don't even wear the full. A lot of them don't even wear the full uniform. They wear the hoodie and all that. I actually,
It sounds ridiculous the way he put it.
Yeah, but like in the NBA and in college basketball, with all due respect, I don't want people to say it was the worst thing about COVID because obviously other things. But one of the
a lot of people died. Stoney.
Yes.
Please be careful what you're about to say
but
next.
One of the worst things about COVID was that the coaches don't wear. They all wear warm-ups.
One of the worst things about COVID in sports.
In sports.
There we go.
Yes. Is that the coaches all look the same? They all wear warm-ups. That's why I actually, even though he's whatever, Patino, I like the fact, and he still wears a sport jacket and all that stuff.
Yeah, because there's been a big thing. A lot of people are like, we want people to wear the suits again, and we need the suits. And I think the coaches are like, man, screw that. I'm comfortable. I feel better coaching this style and this way with a 3/4 zip than putting the suit back on. But guys like the Patinos, they're a dinosaur right now.
I like that.
See, to Stoney's point about it, at first I didn't mind it, but then after about 2 seasons, I was like, it doesn't feel right anymore.
No, it doesn't. There's something about.
But maybe they should put on the jerseys and the shorts.
It would be a hell of a look.
That would be funny. So I remember one year, the New York Rangers, their coach, I believe, was Jean-Guy Talbot, and he wore a warm-up suit behind the bench, as opposed to now, obviously NHL coaches wear, jacket and ties or whatever. So.
Yeah. But no, like I forgot this little short dude for UCLA. He's dressed.
Oh, Mick Cronin?
Yeah, Mick Cronin pulls on some.
He's old school boy,
right? He's got the suit with the vest, and he looks sharp out there. His team's not worth much, but he looks good.
Another text, I've always thought intentionally hitting a batter in baseball is dumb. Why? Because of an accident earlier in the game, or because this guy hits well. Play better, improve your point in that way. Tom at a microscope, whatever that means.
Well, especially when a guy hits a home run and then they throw at the next batter. It's like, really? What are you doing?
Yeah, damage is done. Ball's out the park.
Yeah, that is a dumb thing in sports.
The baseball, or he flipped his bat, or he did this, he showed it. Guys, this ain't brain surgery. This ain't war. This is a game. It's a kid's game. If you can't show emotion and have fun, it is why I've said if like watching women's softball, like the college, like they have so much fun with the bench and everything that they have. Like that reminded me of like when I grew up playing baseball. Yes. We had fun,
and there was a lot of chatter. Do you think there's chat? I have no idea.
The environment is so sterile now, and it's just like, no, that's what made it fun.
Do you think in baseball, I probably should know the answer to this, you sit there and go, hey, batter, hey, batter, hey, batter, hey, batter, come on? Because I remember playing Little League, we used to always, they say talk.
Yeah, talk it up.
Yeah.
Probably the catcher's probably the only one saying something. He's probably just trying to get into your head
Yeah.
Just asking you stupid stuff.
Right, to the other.
Okay,
to the batter.
here's Corbin's at bat. Let me just start slandering his Rams or something like that.
Yeah.
Just to get under his skin.
Exactly.
Like, did you see the game last night? Hey, your Dodgers going to ever win again, Corbin?
I did watch the Rams 49ers NFC title game, though.
Probably. That's why you just struck out.
Fair. All right, one last text right here. This one I always find interesting. NCAA men's basketball still having 2 halves instead of 4 quarters like the NBA. That's from Matt in Detroit.
Like
Yeah,
the NBA.
The NBA is the only basketball league that has 4 quarters.
No, right. NBA, no.
No. It's the NCAA.
NCAA has 2
Women's
halves.
college basketball
Right.
now has it.
Right.
Women's college basketball.
Right.
Everybody has high school quarters.
Except men's college basketball.
Halves. I've never, and no one could explain to me
It's a tradition, I guess.
why, but the basketball coaches are idiots anyway, because like I guess now it doesn't matter because they got the 5 for 5, but the whole red shirt rule,
Yeah.
you could play 3-4 games in football. You play 1 second in basketball, red shirt burn. I'm like, why don't you have it that you could play 8 games, find out what your freshman can do?
And that's still in existence in college basketball?
Well, now,
Wow.
yes, in college hoops, you could play in the exhibition games, but in regular season, you play 1 second on the court, you're in. But now with the 5-on-5, it doesn't really matter.
All right. Our telephone number, 248-539-9797. Tiger Baseball coming up at 3:45, 97.1. 248-539-9797. We got Tiger Baseball coming up in about 5 minutes. We're going to talk about the dumbest things in sports. You know what's a dumb thing in sports, Rico?
What's that?
Anybody who will either bet on Carolina or Arizona minus 1.5 tonight. Or no, Carolina's favored by 1.5. Arizona plus 1.5. It's Carson Beck will be starting for the Cardinals against Kenny Pickett and the Carolina Panthers.
Yeah, the only thing I have for you is call 1-800-MY-RESET. Get your life in order, okay?
Is that the first sign of a degenerate betting on preseason football?
Yeah.
Although, historically, I believe the unders usually come in preseason.
Don't care.
Because the offense is
Why are you betting?
I know.
You're betting on preseason football. What you're telling me is your life is in shambles. Your wife is probably getting ready to leave you. And, yeah, you got nothing else better going on.
You got any texts there, Mr. Corbin?
I do have some texts and communications. This one I disagree with, but I'm interested to hear your guys' thoughts. Baseball fields being different sizes bugs me so much from an unnamed texter.
I love that. That's
I
the
agree
charm
with you.
of baseball.
No.
I know it's the only sport that does it. You know, what if you had a basketball, a football field that was 90 yards or whatever? No, the charms. It's a beautiful thing.
That's really Corbin, Stoney. It's an argument that I've just said I'm never going to win, but I've said
no. There are a lot of
it
people.
should be because yes, you have an advantage if all of a sudden you go to Lambeau and it's only 85 yards long or one. You know what? It's 50 yards this way, and it's only 35 yards going the other way.
It's like Cass Tech, right?
Yes. That's an advantage. Whereas in baseball, it's like, oh, it's the nature and beauty. No. The three-point line, same. Everything in every other sport is uniform and the same.
See, I hated, even though it was one of my stadiums growing up, you had Veterans Stadium, you had Three Rivers, you had Riverfront. They all looked the same. They were all the same dimensions. It was, awful.
Like you wouldn't have the short porch at Yankee Stadium. You wouldn't have the green monster at Fenway.
I'm sure you hate going for all the different basketball arenas, and those damn courts are all 94 feet.
I understand it. Makes no sense. I agree, but I like it. It's why it makes baseball so unique in a lot of the things that they do.
Or if you know what, you go to
the only sport that doesn't have a clock.
You go to
start having they have a pitch clock.
They do. You go to Chrysler, and all of a sudden the baskets are a little bit bigger than every place else.
You know what I like to see? Basketball courts. We're gonna go to Cal. We're gonna go to it's not the Staples anymore. It's
Crypto.
All right. Their nets are like the old playgrounds. They're metal chains.
Chains, yeah.
Chain nets. They were awesome. All right, real quick. KC, what's up?
What's shaking, Stoney and Rico? And Stoney, congrats on the retirement.
Hey, Casey, I haven't heard from you in years, if it's who I think it is.
Oh, God, yeah.
Wow.
I always thought the stupidest rule was, why do jockeys have weight limits? I can understand a weight floor, but who cares if, some trainer wants to run out a 200-pound jockey? It's like bobsledding. Everybody's bobsled's got to weigh the same, but you can have a 400-pound bobsled driver, and it's like there's no weight limits for bobsled drivers. The horse is doing all the work.
Yeah, that's true. It would definitely harm you to have a 200-pound jockey, no doubt about it. Thank you, Casey. That is pretty stupid, but I guess I don't know. It's just the way it is. Mike would know better than I would, but yes.
But you guys like the stadiums all different sizes.
Yes.
Like Stoney said, it's the charm of each one. It's a different experience.
Yes.
Or a home run's a home. I mean, that would be a home run in this stadium, but it's a long fly ball here. How about
That's
this
beautiful.
be a home run?
It is. You said it right, Corbin. Because see, Corbin, you are pretty smart.
Thank you.
Although except the fact that he's a fan of all LA teams, even though he grew up here.
And remember, if you're
sense.
up 3, don't foul.
No,
just play defense.
No, you foul. You foul.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay.
You make sure that you win the game. You play to win the game.
You play by defense.
By the way, the Madden movie, it's going to go straight to video.
Oh, it's that bad?
No. They're just going to skip the theatrical
Theater.
release, and they're going to debut it November 18th streaming on Prime.
Who's playing Madden again? I saw that.
Nicolas Cage.
Nicolas Cage.
Wow.
And Christian Bale, Zal Davis.
And they look very much like the characters. So
Wow.
I can't wait to see what happens.
All right, Tiger baseball coming up next against the Mariners. We will see you 2:00 tomorrow. Bye-bye.